participate actively, not just passively. So listen to every speaker that will mount this stage. Get your questions, because we'll have a time to take questions from the audience after every presentation. We want to hear from you. It's a dialogue. It's not a one-way. We're not just giving you policies and just saying, do this, do this. It's a dialogue. It's between you and the speaker here. So I crave your indulgence that you participate and listen attentively so that today can be well worth our while. Our first paper is very powerful, and the topic is on building market confidence through transparency and accountability. And you know, we talked about market confidence. It's a phrase in our theme for this year, market confidence. And how can you build market confidence? It's through transparency and accountability, really. And it's trust, because people trust the financial system when things are open, they're clear, and they're honest. When banks and institutions say what they're doing and they actually do it, confidence grows. And when confidence grows, more people invest, more people save, and the market becomes stronger. And bringing us this very first paper is the MD CEO of First Bank, Mr. Olusegun Alebioshu, who is ably represented today by Mr. Ayokunle Ojo, the treasurer of First Bank Limited, but I'll read the citation of the MD CEO of First Bank of Nigeria Limited. Olusegun Alebioshu was appointed the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer, First Bank of Nigeria Limited, First Bank Group, in June 2024. It was until this appointment the Acting Managing Director and the CEO since April 2024. He was previously Executive Director, Chief Risk Officer, and Executive Compliance Officer from January 2022 until 20th April 2024. Now, before that appointment, he was a Group Executive and Chief Risk Officer, a position he held since 2016. Segun brings to the executive management of First Bank over 28 years experience in the banking and financial services industry, with cross-functional exposure to credit risk management, financial planning and control, credit and marketing, trade, corporate and commercial banking, agriculture financing, oil and gas, transportation, including aviation and shipping, and project financing. He commenced his professional career in 1991 with Ashonic Bank PLC, now Echo Bank PLC. And before joining First Bank in 2016, he served as Chief Risk Officer at Coronation Merchant Bank Limited, Chief Credit Risk Officer at African Development Bank Group, and Group Head, Credit Policy and Deputy Chief Credit Risk Officer at United Bank for Africa PLC. Segun is an alumnus of Harvard Business School and Harvard Kennedy School of Government. He holds a bachelor's degree in industrial relations and personnel management, and also a master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos. He obtained a master's degree in development studies from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and completed Advanced Management Program AMP at Harvard Business School. He is a member of various professional bodies, namely Fellow Institute of Chartered Accountants, Associate Nigeria Institute of Management, Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and member Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. Segun is a golfer and an adventurer, and is happily married with children. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, speaking on building market confidence through transparency and accountability, please make welcome MD CEO First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Olusegun Alebioshu, ably represented by Mr. Ayokunle Ojo, Treasurer, First Bank Limited. Please make it louder, everyone. You're welcome.
Good morning. I just need a few seconds to set up. Good morning and welcome to the conference. Like you've heard, I'm representing the Managing Director, CEO of First Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Olusegun Alebioshu. I'm going to be reading the speech, but before then, it's really good to be here at this year's conference, and Sitting right there, I was trying to figure out my very first contact with FMDA, and I reckon it's really probably about 20 years ago when I switched jobs in the bank that I was working for at the time, and I switched jobs and I started working in the Treasury department, and I've had regular contact with FMDA over that period, including being vice president of the association. So this morning, the theme of this conference is future-proofing Nigeria's financial system, policy, technology, and market confidence. And I'll be speaking to the topic building market confidence through transparency and accountability. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, captains of industry, policymakers, regulators, innovators, and dear colleagues, I'd like to say good morning once again. It's a privilege to stand before this remarkable assembly at the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference. Each year, this gathering rekindles our shared commitment to a stronger, more resilient financial ecosystem for Nigeria and indeed the whole of Africa. Today's theme could not have come at a better time. Around the world, financial systems are being redefined by technology. They're driven by innovation and tested by social expectations. In this rapidly shifting landscape, one truth remains constant. Confidence is the currency that sustains every market. Without confidence, capital sits idle, partnerships fade, and innovation loses its spark. And we can really think about it with a simple analogy. You've worked hard for many years, and you have some money, and you like to invest those money. Just pick up a random number, and you like to invest, and you have two options. And you have to choose between two companies to invest these monies that you've worked so hard for. The first company, Company A, operates behind closed doors. They publish their financial statements 6 months late, and they refuse to disclose who the real owners of the company is. So that's Company A. Company B, they publish their financials real time, they give their disclosures, they maintain transparent ownership records, and they voluntarily exceed regulatory expectations. Which one will you choose? I think the answer is quite obvious. And that brings to the fore the concept of transparency and accountability. And I'm sure most of us in the room, we're also aware of Enron. We're aware how virtually overnight Enron collapsed, wiping out $74 billion in shareholder value. The company had used extraordinarily complex financial structures to hide debts and to inflate profits. Even sophisticated Wall Street analysts could not decipher Enron's financial statements. The lack of transparency made it nearly impossible for outsiders to understand the company's true financial health. When the house of cards fell, it took down not just Enron, but also Otto Anderson, one of the world's largest accounting firms, and shattered investor confidence across global markets. So we're going to spend some time talking about the foundation of market confidence and the progress that we've seen so far. That market confidence is not built on temporary policy responses. It rests on two pillars: transparency and accountability. Transparency illuminates, and accountability reinforces trust. Together, they form the ethical infrastructure for a functioning market. Between January and October 2025, Nigeria received $20 billion in foreign capital flows, representing a 70% increase over 2024. And when we compare that to the 2023 number, it's about 400% higher. The central bank governor attributes this resurgence directly to a strengthened macroeconomic management, FX market reforms, and improved transparency across the financial system. But the foreign exchange market is just one chapter of a larger story. Consider the capital market transformation. The first half of 2025 saw a surge in capital market activity. The total stock market transaction on the Nigerian Stock Exchange was 4.2 trillion for the first half of the year. And again, this is a 61% growth over the first half of 2024, where we saw transactions of about 2.6 trillion. Foreign participation in equity trading stood at 27% this year versus 20% in 2024. This reflects an increase in market activity, and this is driven by investor confidence in the Nigerian market as a result of ongoing reforms to enhance market stability. The Security and Exchange Commission has led this charge with landmark initiatives as well. The Investment and Securities Acts of 2025 represent a comprehensive overhaul of our legal framework. It grants the SEC enhanced regulatory powers to address market abuses, cybersecurity threats, and to provide regulatory certainty for digital assets, including cryptocurrencies. It strengthens corporate governance codes, and it establishes more efficient mechanisms for resolving investor grievances. The FMDA, working with the central bank, has also played its part, both in the reforms that we saw in the foreign exchange market, as well as the ongoing reintroduction of the two-way quote system for fixed income instruments that reduces information asymmetry and fosters real-time price discovery for traders and eventually for investors that the traders are partnering with. Investors typically deploy their resources where information is clear, credible, and complete. Citizens trust their financial system when they can see how decisions are made, how funds are used, and how institutions answer for their actions. Transparency creates visibility, and accountability ensures responsibility. When these two values thrive, uncertainty declines, cost of capital falls, and participation widens. In essence, transparency and accountability convert suspicion into confidence and confidence into capital. Learning from the past and building the future. Nigeria's financial markets have come a long way. The reforms that built NIBS, Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, the transparency measures introduced through the Bank Verification Number, BVN, and the digitization efforts of the central bank and capital market regulators stands as clear milestones, but yet our journey is not complete. Global investors today demand not just returns, but reassurance that our disclosures are accurate, that our institutions play by fair rules, and that enforcement is swift and impartial. In that light, transparency shouldn't be a regulatory burden. It's a competitive advantage, and nations and institutions that embrace it will lead the next decade of financial growth. Technology serves as a powerful enabler for financial transparency because it creates systems that are automated, traceable, and less susceptible to fraud or manipulation. This is achieved through various technology innovations that enhance data accuracy, provide real-time information, and build trust among stakeholders. Technology, when guided by ethical governance, can help us achieve both openness and efficiency. Accountability. Accountability as a shared responsibility. The accountability must begin from the top, but it belongs to everyone. Policymakers must ensure clarity and consistency. Regulators must uphold integrity. Market operators must maintain ethical standards, and investors too must act responsibly. The call for transparency and accountability is not a call for surveillance, it's a call for stewardship. It's an invitation to lead with integrity, communicate with honesty, and manage with prudence. When each of us participating in the financial ecosystem commits to accountability, we collectively build the foundation for an enduring future. What's the way forward? Our progress in Nigeria is undeniable, but we cannot mistake progress for arrival. To strengthen market confidence, 3 pathways stand out. 1, policy clarity and continuity. Investors need to know that economic reforms are predictable and that the policy will not shift every calendar year. Number 2, technology-driven transparency. Open data systems, digital reporting, real-time auditing tools that can make oversight both efficient and reliable. And number 3, ethical leadership and enforcement. Without consequences for malpractice, trust becomes fragile. Visible, consistent enforcement strengthens credibility. If we commit to these paths, where policies are clear, where technology is driving transparency, and where we're leading ethically, then our financial system will not only be future-proofed, it will be future-ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria stands at a crossroad. We can continue down the path of incremental improvements, checking regulatory boxes, while maintaining cultures of opacity, or we can embrace the full promise of transparency, not as a burden, but as our most powerful tool for unlocking investment, for building confidence, and for accelerating development. The numbers tell a compelling story. In just 2 years, through transparency, enhancing reforms, Nigeria increased foreign capital flows. We rebuilt foreign reserves organically, not just by borrowing, but through a functioning market. We've seen diaspora remittances strengthen as confidence returned to official channels. We attracted record capital market activity and achieved historic market capitalization milestones. This is the transparency dividend, the direct financial benefit that flows from choosing openness over opacity, accountability over evasion, and trust over manipulation. But the dividend extends beyond financial metrics. Transparency strengthens our democracy by reducing corruption. It protects ordinary Nigerians by making their savings more secure. It attracts foreign investments that we need to build infrastructure, to create jobs, and to diversify our economy. It positions Nigeria as a credible player on the global stage. The theme of this conference is to future-proof Nigeria's financial system. I submit to you that the future belongs to the transparent. In an interconnected world where information flows instantly and reputations are built or destroyed in real time, opacity is not just unethical, but it's unsustainable. The companies institutions and nations that will thrive in the coming decades are those that embrace transparency as a core value. They are the ones that recognize that trust, once lost, is extraordinarily difficult to rebuild. But that trust, when you earn it consistently through transparent actions, becomes an enduring competitive moat. As we leave this conference, let's commit not just to meeting transparency requirements, but to exceeding them. Let's build systems that make disclosures easy and not burdensome. Let's create cultures where asking questions is celebrated rather than discouraged. Let's measure ourselves not by the minimum standards, but by the maximum trust that we can build. The data is clear, transparency works, the reforms are in place, the technology is available. The only question that remains is whether we have the courage to fully embrace what transparency demands of us. Honesty, accountability, and the humility to admit when we fall short. Nigeria's financial future will not be built on clever financial engineering. It will be built on something more powerful and more enduring, the trust that comes from radical transparency and unwavering accountability. The world is watching, investors are watching, and our children are watching. Let's show them what a truly transparent financial system can achieve. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a better applause and make it louder. Very profound words on transparency, accountability, which builds trust and the market confidence that we all are clamoring for here today. We'll take questions quickly. Questions? Just raise your hand and a microphone will be brought to you. Any question at all, any gray areas, or probably a contribution. It doesn't have to be a question. It could be a contribution. Any at all? Okay. We don't have any questions, all right? Please, let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way back to his seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us or you just walked in, welcome to the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference 2025. Right here, we are future-proofing Nigeria's financial system, talking about policy, technology, and a market confidence. And it's such a beautiful delight to have you join us and taking out your time to be here on this wonderful Thursday morning. I am Gloria Babaride, your compere, and that explains why I'm up here before you. We just had our first paper presentation, and that was quite powerful and beautiful on building market confidence through transparency and accountability. And that was delivered by the MD/CEO First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Mr. Olusegun Alebioshu, who was ably represented by the Treasurer First Bank Limited, Mr. Ayokunle Ojo. And he made very, really profound points that I found beautiful. I would like to reiterate here. He said, transparency illuminates, accountability enforces trust, and together they eliminate uncertainty. He said, investors will definitely deploy their resources when everything is clean, is credible, and complete. Accountability begins from the top, but it definitely flows down to everyone. And so this is a call for each and every one here for us to be more accountable, to be more transparent, to build trust. Only then can we attain market confidence. We thank you, sir, for bringing us this paper at this time. We're moving on very quickly to our keynote address. And our keynote address is on financial inclusion and economic growth. That's what our keynote address will speak on at this time. And our keynote speaker is the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability Directorate at the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Philip Ikeazo, who has sent an able representative to deliver this keynote address on his behalf. I'll read his citation at this time and bring up his representative who will deliver on his behalf. Philip Ikeazo is a banker, a chartered accountant with a stint in the manufacturing industry, and assumed duty as a deputy governor at the Central Bank of Nigeria on October 5th, 2023. Before he joined the bank, he was a director at the Tideway Advisory and Greenwich Merchant Bank Limited. Ikeazo's banking career spans over 33 years, during which he has held various positions such as the Managing Director, CEO of Keystone Bank Limited, Managing Director, CEO, EcoBank Kenya Limited, Executive Director, Union Bank Nigeria PLC, Director, Union Bank United Kingdom, and Director, Orient Bank in Uganda. He also served at the United Bank for Africa PLC as the General Manager in charge of Corporate Investment Banking and the Director of Wholesale Banking at various times. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ikeazo holds a degree in economics from the University of Buckingham in the United Kingdom. He is also an alumnus of the Wharton CEIBS IESE Business School Global CEO program and has attended various executive programs at the Harvard Business School, Wharton Business School, and the Henley Business School, amongst many others. He is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, and the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Delivering a keynote address at the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference is the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability Directorate, CBN, Mr. Philip Ikeazo, who is ably represented this morning by Mrs. Aisha Isa Olatinwo, the Director, Consumer Protection Department, CBN. That applause is not generous enough. Can we make it louder and sustain the applause till she gets on stage? I'm expecting it to be louder, to be louder, to be louder for her as she delivers the keynote address. You're welcome.
Thank you so very much, everyone. Sincere apology for stepping in late. I think there's a mix-up in the invite sent to the CBN. Notwithstanding, I take personal responsibility and I apologize again. So I'm sure from the profile of my deputy governor, you can see it's a big shoe. But I will try to step in because I have his approval to deliver his keynote address. Again, another apology from Mr. Philip Ikeazo. Today is engaged, and most times if you want to get any of the deputy governors or the governor of central bank, they need an advance notice of like 6-7 months. So please, apologies and accept me as his representative. So good morning again, and I congratulate the organizer of this year's conference. On behalf of the Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, Central Bank of Nigeria, I deliver this keynote address at the FMDA conference, theme, Future-Proofing Nigerians' Financial System, Policy, Technology, and Financial Confidence. And the introduction is, of course, special greetings from the Deputy Governor to the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to remain on the established protocol. The imperative of financial inclusion is not merely a policy objective, as we all know. It is a fundamental pillar for achieving sustainable economic growth and development. At the Central Bank of Nigeria, we recognize that empowering every Nigerian with access to affordable, secure, and reliable financial services is essential for fostering inclusive prosperity, reducing poverty, and enabling social mobility. Financial inclusion as an engine for economic growth. As you may be aware, when more Nigerians are financially included, they gain the ability to save securely, invest in their future, access credit for entrepreneurship, and protect themselves against vulnerability. This broadens the base of economic participation, drives innovation, and catalyzes growth across all sectors. It is no coincidence that the nation with higher level of financial inclusion experience stronger and more resilient economy. Financial inclusion is a catalyst for economic growth. It is a critical driver of economic growth, poverty reduction, and prosperity. It empowers individuals, businesses, and communities to access essential financial services, invest in their future, and build resilience against economic shock. Nigeria, with its vast population and growing economy, has made significant strides in financial inclusion. The Central Bank of Nigeria, in collaboration with several stakeholder institutions, implements Nigerian financial inclusion strategy in 2011, which serves as the country's principal policy framework for achieving targets in credit, savings, payment, insurance, and pensions. The NFIS, as revised in 2018 and 2022, another revision is currently ongoing, and I'm sure most of the discussion here would form a recommendable, implementable recommendation into the new strategy. And so we look forward to working with the FMDA Association. So, and like I said, the last revision, which was done in 2022, outlined a target to achieve 95% financial inclusion by end 2024. The ELFINA, as sponsored by both CBN and the Bill and Melinda Gates, is currently working on the survey that would enable us get a 2025 updated target for our nation. So this is driven by sub-goals for key indicators, including product development across payments, savings, credit, insurance, and pensions, as earlier mentioned. Over the past decade, incremental progress has been made in financial inclusion effort. The financially excluded adults reduced by 20 percentage points from 46% in 2010 to 26% at the end of 2023. Specifically, headline financial inclusion rates grew to 94% in 2023 from 68% in 2020, with a notable decline in the proportion of adults who rely on informal financial providers from 14% in 2020 to 10% in 2023. And I believe you will agree with me that if you look around you, both private lives, community, where we can attest that the 95% financial inclusion target is not an ambitious target, because almost everyone has some form of account or wallet which attests to the fact that we can or we have reached our 95% target with an error margin of the 5%. However, challenges persist, including limited access to financial services, particularly in rural areas, low level of financial literacy, infrastructure gaps, regulatory orders, and so on. To future-proof Nigeria's financial system, we must prioritize financial inclusion. This can be achieved through digital financial services, leverage technology to expand access to financial services, promote digital payment, and reduce transaction costs. investing in programs that enhance financial literacy, empower consumers, and promote responsible financial behavior is very crucial. We must continually develop and implement regulatory framework that support innovation, promote consumer confidence, and ensure stability while fostering partnerships between financial institutions, fintech, techfin, and other stakeholders to promote inclusive finance and address the market gaps. The policy innovation for the future. Policy remains at the heart of our effort to drive financial inclusion. At the Central Bank of Nigeria, we have implemented a range of initiatives from National Financial Inclusion Strategy 1.0 to the current under review, which will come out as the 4.0 version. And the essence is to target intervention for the underserved and the unbanked. Leveraging technology for inclusion. Additionally, technology is revolutionizing how financial services are delivered. Digital platform, mobile money, and fintech innovations have the potentials to break down barriers and reach populations previously excluded from the former financial system. The central bank is working to create an enabling environment for fintech growth while safeguarding consumer protection and, of course, data privacy. Our goal is to enhance technology to drive down costs, reduce cost to serve, increase efficiency, and facilitate seamless access to all Nigerians, regardless of geography, socioeconomic status, and gender. Building market confidence. Confidence in the financial system is paramount. As we embrace new technologies and innovative products, we must also ensure transparency, security, and stability. The CBN is dedicated to strengthening market infrastructure, improving risk management, and fostering a culture of trust and accountability. This effort will not only encourage greater participation in the financial system, but also attract investment and spur our economic growth. Moving forward, our focus will be on deepening these efforts, ensuring policies that are adaptable, inclusive, and responsive to the evolving needs of our people. The bank is currently taking stock of the successes of the NFIS, that's the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, version 3.0, to identify what worked well and areas that we need to improve on in order to deepen financial access and reach down to our people. This, we believe, will set a new roadmap for the financial inclusion in the country. We are committed to strengthening regulatory frameworks, supporting microfinance institutions, and promoting agent banking model that brings financial services closer to the rural dweller and the underserved communities. The way forward is an imperative partnership and collaboration. Achieving our vision for financial inclusion and economic growth requires collaboration across all stakeholders identified as government, regulators, financial institutions, technology providers, civil societies, among others. The Central Bank of Nigeria stands ready to work with partners locally and at international level to develop innovative solutions, share best practices, and drive impactful change. Every one of us is stakeholders, and this is a clarion call to all of us to do more to upstage and maintain our enviable lead in the sub-Saharan. Financial inclusion has a profound impact on economic growth in Nigeria, and I would like to highlight some key aspects of what we must do going forward. And one is to increase access to credit, to enable more Nigerians to access credit, invest in businesses, and contribute to economic growth. We must support entrepreneurship, especially the MSMEs, which can lead to significant job creation, reducing unemployment and poverty. Increase economic participation to bring more people into the formal economy, increasing tax revenue and broadening the economic base. Improved financial stability by promoting savings and investment, which can reduce vulnerability to economic shock. Enhance economic resilience to help individuals and businesses manage risk, recover from shocks, and adapt to changing economic conditions. And finally, what we must do going forward, increase investment in human capital to enable households to invest in education, healthcare, and other essential services, driving human development and economic growth. In conclusion, reduce income inequality by providing opportunity for marginalized groups. Financial inclusion can help reduce income inequality and promote economic inclusivity. In Nigeria, financial inclusion can have a significant impact on economic growth, given the country's large population and growing economy. Let us seize this opportunity and moment to reaffirm our commitment to building a financial system that is inclusive, resilient, and future-proof. Together, we can ensure that every Nigerian participates in and benefit from the nation's economic transformation. Again, on behalf of my Deputy Governor, Financial System Stability, and the entire team at the Central Bank of Nigeria, I thank the audience for listening, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Somebody loves you back to be loved and be loved in return. It's the only thing that my heart desires.
Please let's give her a round of applause as she makes her way back to her seat. She's done an amazing job representing the DG right here, and we thank you so very much for joining us, Mrs. Aisha Isa Olatinwo, the Director, Consumer Protection Department at CBN. So many powerful things she said that stood out for me, and I'd like to reiterate at this point. Leveraging technology for inclusion. She said use technology to drive down cost and to facilitate seamless access for all Nigerians, regardless of their geographical location or their gender. And she said we need to increase access to credit, we need to support entrepreneurs, we need to increase economic participation. And one thing that she also said that stood out for me was partnership and collaboration among stakeholders, government, regulators, financial institutions. The CBN cannot do it alone. Every one of you, it's a call for you to participate and to actively partner with the CBN for us to drive the financial inclusion that we are talking about. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, "Owo wewo, lowo fimo," which means that your two hands, washing it together makes the hands clean. You can't wash your hand with one hand. You need both together to make the hands clean. And so one party cannot do it alone. Everyone together, yourself, myself, CBN, the financial institutions here, regulators, innovators, the stakeholders, it's a joint effort, a collective effort for everyone to drive financial inclusion and economic growth. Again, please give a round of applause for that keynote address. We thank you so very much for delivering it at this time. We'll have a 1-minute change. We want to change the power supply for just 1 minute, and then we continue. Let's make it very fast. Thank you. Sound. We apologize for that break in transmission, and we'll continue at this time. Our next paper presentation is titled Digital Transformation in Financial Services. Digital transformation in financial services. And of course, this is something that every one of us, we experience every day, technology. You transfer money on your phones every day. You use online banking apps. Technology has completely changed how we handle money. And digital banking saves time, it reduces stress, of course, and it makes financial services available to everyone, even in remote areas, right? And that's what our next topic will look at, how we can build market confidence using digital transformation. And bringing us this next paper is the MD CEO of Wema Bank. And we know that Wema Bank leads the team behind Alert, which is the first fully digital bank in Nigeria. Wema Bank, again, has proven that banking can be fast, it can be simple, and innovative when technology is employed and used the right way. Is unavoidably absent, but has sent a representative to deliver this paper. But I'll read his citation as usual. Maruf Oseni is the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of Wema Bank PLC. He has over 25 years of cognate experience, with more than 16 years at senior to executive management levels. He joined Wema Bank in June 2012 as an executive director and has been part of the bank's executive management team since the transformation program began in 2012. He played a major role in the execution of the turnaround program of the bank. He was responsible for the launch of Alert, which is Nigeria's first digital bank that has received multiple local and global accolades. Following 6 years as an executive director, Maruf then served as the deputy managing director for 4 years, with responsibility for several strategic functions in the bank, including operations, information technology, treasury, retail, and digital. Maruf also served as the executive compliance officer of the bank. He took over as the substantive MD CEO of Wema Bank on April 1st, 2023. Before joining Wema Bank, Maruf was the CEO of MG Ineso Limited, a principal investment and financial advisory firm. Before MG Ineso, Maruf was a vice president at Renaissance Capital and an associate at Salomon Brothers Citigroup Global Markets in London. Maruf is a member of the board of Nigeria Interbank Settlement Systems PLC, NIBSS. He is also the chairman of Afrigo, the National Domestic Card Company, a subsidiary of NIBSS. Maruf holds an MBA degree from the Institut European d'Administration des Affaires in France, a master's in finance from the London Business School, and a BSc in computer engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. My alma mater, the #1 university in Nigeria. He is also an alumnus of both the Advanced Management Program, AMP, of the Harvard Business School and King's College, Lagos. He's a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, a member of the Institute of Directors, and a member of the Nigerian Institute of Management. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, bringing us this all-important topic on digital transformation in financial services is the MD CEO Wema Bank PLC, Mr. Moruf Oseni, ably represented by Olukayode Bakare, the Executive Director, Wema Bank PLC. Please put your hands together. Give him a warm, deserving FMDA welcome as he makes his way stage to deliver this presentation. I'm not pleased with the way we are clapping. Can we celebrate our speakers better? Thank you so very much, and you're welcome, sir.
The Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Nigeria, ably represented by the Director of Consumer Protection, Mrs. Saisha, the President, Financial Market Dealers Association, Mrs. Anwili FMDA'S, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, good morning. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to join you here today at this gathering of the Financial Market Dealers Association, representing our Managing Director CEO, Mr. Moruf Oseni, in discussing a subject that is not only timely, but fundamental to the evolution of our nation's financial landscape. As I glance across the hall, the well-known faces of seasoned treasurers and dealers came into view. To be in the midst of those who are not just observing, but actively designing the future of Nigeria's financial system is truly inspiring. As we gather under the theme, future-proofing Nigeria's financial system, policy, technology, and market confidence, I will be focusing on digital transformation in financial services, emphasizing how cutting-edge technology is driving innovation and sustainable growth in Nigeria's financial sector. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a moment of unprecedented shifts, a moment that calls not for passive commentary, but for thoughtful engagement as we are having this morning and taking decisive action. At this moment, let us put our hands together and give a round of applause to the FMDA executives for organizing this conference. Thank you. We are witnesses to a fundamental reordering. The landscape of finance is being reshaped before our eyes, not at the edges, but at its very core. We have moved from a world where technology was a helpful tool in the background to one where it is the very bedrock, the foundational platform upon which modern, inclusive, and resilient financial systems are being built. In our Nigerian context, this global tide converges with a unique and powerful national story. We are a nation brimming with youthful energy, a population that is not just digitally literate, but is digital native. To them, they do not see technology as an alternative. To them, it is the default. This reality, combined with far-sighted regulatory reforms and the central banks of Nigeria push for a cashless economy, has created a crucible of innovation that is as promising as it is demanding. Exactly 2 days ago, precisely December 2nd, the Central Bank of Nigeria released a revised cash-related policies as part of a broader strategy to enhance digital payment adoption, among other economic objectives. Yet, with great promise comes great responsibility. This new frontier presents us with formidable questions. How do we safeguard against cyber threats in an interconnected world? How do we ensure that the data entrusted to us is protected with the highest fidelity? How do we innovate at speed without outspacing our capacity for responsible governance? The emergence of new payment infrastructures, digital assets, and identity frameworks makes today's dialogue between regulator and operator not just beneficial, but essential. At Wema Bank, we have embraced this journey not as a checklist, but as a calling. In 2017, when we introduced Alerts as Africa's first fully digital bank, it was more than a product launch. To us, it was a statement of belief. A belief that we could meet the Nigerian people exactly where they are on their mobile devices, in their moment of need, and most importantly, on their own terms. That singular act of reimagination did more than expand our reach. It demonstrated tangibly that financial inclusion and cutting-edge innovation are two sides of the same coin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be clear. Digital transformation is not a project with a completion date. It is a journey of continuous reimagined value. It is about how we interpret the silent language of data to serve our customer with deeper understanding. It is about recognizing that in the new ecosystem that is emerging, the old lines are blurring. Fintech, telecommunication giants, and traditional banks are no longer rivals in a zero-sum game. We're now essential partners, co-creators in the digital economy that Nigeria deserves. In this endeavor, the Financial Market Dealers Association stands as a pivotal institution. You sit at the critical intersection of liquidity, innovation, and most importantly, trust. Your work in deepening our market and championing transparency is not merely administrative. It's a vital contribution to the structural integrity of our financial future. In the midst of rapid transformation, market confidence plays a crucial role in ensuring the stability and growth of our financial system. As we look ahead, Nigeria stands at a critical junction. Our effort today in crafting sound policies, leveraging cutting-edge technology, and nurturing market confidence will determine the future trajectory of our financial system. The next phase of this journey will demand more than automation. It will require intelligent system capable of prediction, personalization, and proactive protection. It will compel us to leverage artificial intelligence not as a gadget, but as a genuine partner in understanding risk and anticipating customer needs. We must also not forget the human dimension of transformation. As we digitize the processes, we must upskill people. The workforce of the future must be tech-savvy, data-driven, and agile enough to adapt to continuous change. At Wema Bank, our investment in digital talent, agile delivery, and ecosystem partnerships are central to our long-term growth strategy. In closing, the journey toward digitally transformed financial system is one defined by opportunity, innovation, and collective efforts. It is a journey that demands courage, vision, above all, collaboration. This further underscores the need to recognize the FMDA executives for their forward-thinking approach, selection of this insightful conference theme, and for putting today's event together. As stakeholders in this vibrant ecosystem, we have a shared responsibility to build a future-proof financial system that nurtures growth, fosters innovation, and ensures that every Nigerian can participate fully in our digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on this conference discussion, let us move forward together, committed to transforming challenges into opportunities and setting a global standard for excellence and resilience in financial services. Let us remember that the financial system of tomorrow will be built not by those who resist change, but by those who embrace it with purpose and clarity. Together as regulators, market dealers, and financial institutions, we can build a system that is digital at its core, inclusive by design, and resilience in execution. Thank you.
Please, can we give him a round of applause for that presentation? We thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. We'll take questions now at this time for him. Any questions at all on the paper he just presented? All you have to do is raise your hand and we'll bring a microphone to you. I want this to be as interactive as possible. I said it that it's not a one-way conversation. It should be between yourself and our speaker. So we want you to, as much as possible, ask your questions. Let's deliberate. Let's clear out the gray areas. Let's shed more light on what we are here to discuss. So this is me indulging you that you please ask questions. Anyone at all? Okay, finally. We have one hand there. Thank you. Thank you for making the bold move and for belling the cat. Thank you. Oh, I thought he was asking a question. He raised his hand earlier. Oh, wow. Okay. Any other? Okay, if not at all, please give him a round of applause as he makes his way. Thank you so very much, sir, for bringing us that paper. It said financial inclusion and cutting-edge innovation are sides of the same coin. And it said one thing we must do if we are to have digital transformation in financial services is to upskill people. It's not just to bring people on board. We need to ensure that our workforce must be tech-savvy and data-driven. So as we bring on the workforce and we expand our team, we need to also ensure that we give them the right skill, everything that they need to foster digital transformation in our financial services. They must be tech-savvy and data-driven. Thank you so very much again for bringing us that paper. Mr. Moruf Hosseini, the MD CEO Wema Bank, ably represented by Mr. Olukayode Bakari, the Executive Director, Wema Bank. We're moving on very quickly to the very next item on our agenda, but just in case you walked in, this is the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference, and right here, we are future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. We're talking policy, technology, and market confidence. And we thank you for joining us this Thursday afternoon. Our next session is on regulatory frameworks for innovation. That's what we're looking at this time. And we're looking at the rules that guide the financial system. And you know that good rules are like good traffic lights. They don't stop progress, they organize progress. And when regulations are clear and very supportive, banks can try new ideas, use new technologies, and serve customers better without causing problems. And so we are talking regulation that encourages innovation. That's what we're looking at. And bringing us this next paper is the Director, Strategy and Innovation Management at the Central Bank of Nigeria. And I'll read her citation and bring her up for this session. Monsurat is a graduate of accounting, a versatile professional accountant, and a chartered banker with a Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Lagos. After a stint at UBA and Telecoms, she joined the employment of CBN over 2 decades ago with footprints in the banking, supervision, and other financial institutions departments, where she left as divisional head, finance company subsector. Monsurat is currently the Director, Strategy and Innovation Management Department, where she has the responsibility to drive the bank's overall strategy, performance management, and enterprise innovation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, speaking again on regulatory frameworks for innovation. Please join me with a lusty and a generous applause to make welcome on stage Mrs. Monsurat Modeshola Vincent, MBA, FCA, ACIB, Director, Strategy and Innovation Management, CBN. Please give her a round of applause.
Joromi, I want you to love me.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You would permit me to stand on existing protocol. It's actually an honor to be here amidst you today. We call you the money makers in the economy. You know, you actually pay our salary. So we actually recognize what you do as a body, and we appreciate you very much. Again, on behalf of the Central Bank of Nigeria, let me appreciate what FMDA is doing in terms of allowing CBN to achieve its mandates, one of which is price stability. The support, the collaboration we've had on that body over time has led to the growth we are all witnessing today, the stability we are all witnessing today. So thank you so much for all you are doing, FMDA, and we know we can always count on you at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you so much. It's your ninth edition. It's your ninth edition. I know, and we all know what it will take to pull this together year after year. We know it's not a small work. Madam President, well done, and well done to you and your entire team. The theme for today's conference is actually a very apt one. In today's ever-changing world, there is no doubt about the fact that we all need to get ready for the future. And some would even tell you that the future is already here with the ever-changing dynamics, technology, geopolitical issues. Some would argue that the future is here. So the question is, are we ready? And so when you talk about regulatory framework for innovation, again, people would ask you, are the regulators even allowing us to innovate? That's one question some of the operators are always asking. Are you people even allowing us to operate at the central bank? And we say, yes, we are regulating so that you can innovate more. Because it's so obvious to all central banks now that we do not have a choice, but to ensure that the operators are supported in order to ensure that we are able to meet the demands of this ecosystem, the ever-changing demands of this ecosystem. So yes, the traditional mandate of the CBN is still there. Price stability, financial system stability, ensuring there is risk management in place, control is never out of our sight. But notwithstanding, we realize that you cannot continue to do it the traditional way. It won't work. It's not working. And so we are ever open, more than ever before, to talk about innovation. Because we know when you speak to innovation, you speak to disruption. It changes entirely the way you've been doing things. And that's why some of the operators are like, central banks, are you people ensuring that we're able to innovate? It is important to us at the CBN that the operators remain creative, because the demands from the financial system, the demands from the ecosystem are ever changing. And so we do not expect that you use products of yesterday to address that of today, or you will use technology of yesterday to address that of today. We know that to be able to innovate, to be able to create, we know there will be experimentation. And so we understand that with experimentation, there would also be failures. It won't be a success story all through. And so more than ever before, central banks all over are willing, and the tone is very clear, even from the very top, are willing to support innovation, and that's why we have a couple of frameworks in place. So for us at the Central Bank of Nigeria, it's not just about supporting innovation, it's about even leading the role in innovation now. And so what we are looking at Central Bank of Nigeria is how do we balance innovation with regulation? Because yes, we would regulate. Yes, operators must innovate. Even the central bank itself is also innovating. And so the goal for us is how are we going to balance this? So one of the things we're looking at is a paradigm shift in terms of mindset. We're taking another look at the way we do things, not just at the CBN, but globally at central bank. There is a paradigm shift from the restrictive way of doing things to putting in regulations that would enable support for innovation. Of course, safety and stability, issue of consumer protection will continue to be a core mandate. But more than ever before, we're trying to be more collaborative in the way we bring out our frameworks nowadays, engaging more with the operators, looking at the pain points, ensuring that all issues are brought on board. Again, if you look at innovation, the main thing we're looking at here is the value it is bringing to the ecosystem. Because there are problems all over. We're still trying to achieve at mandate as regards financial inclusion. The issue of consumer protection is ever on the front burner. So if you have innovation that can add value to that area, that can address those issues, of course with experimentation there will be challenges as well. But if you have innovation that can strike a balance along that side, we would expect that we'll be able to address some of this problem. In terms of the regulation we pushed out so far, I'll be willing to share some with you. And of course, where else would I want to start than the B match itself? Again, this is where FMDA had played a major role in supporting the CBN in this innovative stride. Proud to now, we know what the price of dollar was reading, very unstable. Businesses were not able to plan. But with the introduction of B match and the very good support of what we are witnessing to Thank you. With the introduction of Blue Bank B match, what we are witnessing today in the FX market is that of improved liquidity, enhanced stability of the naira, improved transparency, Of course, there's been a reduction in the incidences of sharp practices and round tripping. But what again are we talking about? There has been an improvement in compliance and transparency. Another innovative framework that was turned out by the CBN is the FX code. Again here, we'd also applaud the support we've gotten from FMDA. These are rules that have gone a long way in ensuring that key regulations in the FX market are complied with. And of course, the liquidity we all see today, the stability we see in the market today is as a result of all these innovations. The non-resident BVN turned out by the CBN is another innovative stride. We're saying, why do I have to come from abroad to come and register my BVN in Nigeria, since that is a mandatory requirement before I open an account? And with digitalization, we're addressing that. And what are we witnessing after doing that? There's been an increase in remittances, because right there in the comfort of your home, wherever you are in the world, you can register on the BVN, do your remittances, and of course, we're all the better for it. The regulatory sandbox is another thing CBN churned out. Again, experimentation, but the CBN was willing to support that. We know that to have growth, to add value, people must experiment. And so CBN was able to provide that platform for innovators, for ideas. Let's experiment, and let's see how we can address the various challenges we're having. Open banking regulation is another thing that we've also churned out at the CBN. Again, with the support of the ecosystem, the CBN is collaborating on how, to a large extent, we can also ensure that the Central Bank of Nigeria, the financial system that we have in place, can allow customers, can extend customer data, of course, subject to their approval. What exactly are we trying to achieve with open banking? There will be a reduction in entry barriers for a number of innovators, because the moment you introduce some of these value-added innovative solutions, you find a lot of investors willing to come in. You have products that can achieve, that can help address pain points. The licensing reform we have in place is another one we'll be willing and boldly willing to speak about. The various payment system categorizations you have all speaks to the fact that CBN is more than willing to allow innovators come in. CBN is more than willing to allow us experiment and see what we can achieve with our various innovative solutions. But as regards the future, what can we expect from the central bank? One of the things we are looking very strongly at the CBN is the governance. So in terms of innovation, the tone is being set at the very top. The committee of governors, the management, even the strategy of the bank is being reviewed to put innovation where it rightly belongs. As far as the Central Bank of Nigeria is concerned, you cannot achieve much with the traditional way of doing things. As far as the CBN is concerned, we want to be able to measure up with our peer central banks. And if globally innovation is the way to go, then CBN is not going to be an exception. Capacity building is another thing that you should expect from CBN. The bank is very intentional about training supervisors, about training regulators, because you understand the fact that when you operators come up with your products, you come to CBN for approval. And so if your average supervisor is not willing to, does not have the ability to review that product with you, that will probably slow down your growth. So what the CBN is very deliberate about is building capacity around innovation management to ensure that the average central banker, the average supervisor you meet, is more than willing to collaborate with you as you launch your new products. Another thing CBN is looking at very critically is the agility of our regulation. So we are very much aware that regulation must be very flexible. We put in regulations for controls, yes. But as the market begins to evolve, as we begin to witness changes in the market, the CBN is ever more than before willing to engage, collaborate, and see ways in which we address these regulations. Our risk-based oversight is still there, because for us at the CBN, and for us, for central banks generally, the market will always have its risk. But we're saying we'll have risk management in place, but we'll have regulations that will still support your innovation. One major thing at the CBN is global collaboration. For central banks all over the world, it's obvious that we cannot do it alone. So for us at the CBN, we are looking at what other central banks are doing, what products they are launching, what innovative solutions they are bringing on board, and we are bringing that down here to our ecosystem. We are also embracing technology very seriously at CBN, because we are very much aware of what our operators are investing in that, and we do not want to play the catch-up game, no. We want to be able to ensure that as much as possible, we are not regulating your technology, it's your products and services. And so we are more willing to engage. We know that everybody uses AI nowadays. All we look at is responsible use of AI. And even at the CBN, capacity building as regards this technology is what is on the front burner more than ever before. Because to support operators in their innovative solution, you must have the right technology, the right skill to do this. We're integrating SupTech and RegTech. We're very much aware that we cannot continue to do things the traditional way. So we're looking at leveraging on technology to be able to address and ensure that our operators are on board as we get all our regulations. What are the implications of this for you financial market operators? There are going to be greater opportunities. Because if you're very much aware, like we're saying now, that the regulations at the CBN is going to be willing to support you to innovate, support you to experiment. That we're conscious of the fact that with experimentation, there will be challenges, there will be failures. Then you are more willing to turn out more products and services to meet the demands of the customer. We're likely to see new assets emerging from this. And of course, the CBN will be looking at the risk management oversight in this area. Of course, with new assets, you'll likely be having new revenues. And I know money, financial market dealers never say no to money. We expect you'll be having cross-sector collaboration. Because just like we at the CBN, we're looking at our peers globally. We expect the operators to also do the same thing. What is happening in the global space? Let's bring it home to Nigeria and be able to develop and open up more spaces in the financial system. Again, this is not all going to be positive. You'd expect more risk as you try to open up with innovation. The issue of cybersecurity, more than ever before, is something we should all pay attention to. Because the more you innovate, the more you automate and leverage on technology, the more you are open to risk. And so we're saying at the CBN, attention is very much focused on cybersecurity, and of course, data integrity as well. For us at the CBN, we know that when you talk about innovation, it has to do with a lot of investment in technology. And the central bank is not shying away from that. We expect operators that want to take advantage of all this to also leverage on that. As far as we are concerned at the CBN, our primary focus is still that of financial inclusion, but we're not shying away from the fact that to achieve operational efficiency, to achieve economic growth, we must support innovation, and that is what we are doing at the CBN. Again, we're looking at what our peers are doing all over the world, and we see countries trying to set up innovation hub to support operators. The CBN is also not shying away from that. Again, the fact that there are emerging regulatory trends, especially as regards the use of AI, is something of concern to the central bank. And so as we put capacity in place for that, we expect the operators to also do the same thing. For us, the recommendation at this, from this program to market players will be, number one, as you embrace technology in driving your innovation, be aware of the risks that are also attached to it. So it's important that you not only invest in that technology, but the various controls that you need to have in place to ensure that you are able to mitigate the risk attached to it. Self-regulation, like what this body offers, is something that we are clamoring more for in CBN. Because the more of FMDA you have, you can be assured that everyone will be willing to play by the rules. It's important that we also prioritize RegTech, because the more you innovate, you're likely to be having more products on your table, and it's important you have a very good control or a very good oversight of them. And so investing in RegTech that will enable you meet the demands of the regulator as you expand is something that we need you to have your attention on. For policy makers, and that includes CBN as well, the issue of capacity building, which I mentioned before, should be on the front burner for every one of us. Strategic alignment is what we're not shying away at the CBN, and we encourage all policymakers to also do the same thing. Our agile rulemaking is something I would want to emphasize on. Regulations are going to be there, but be rest assured that the CBN, it will remain agile to support the innovation we have in place. And so in conclusion, my message is the fact that innovation is inevitable, and regulation will always be there, but only to support that innovation. And so a clear innovation-ready regulatory framework is one that we know in CBN will be the bedrock of market confidence. And so we are ever willing to support that. We're shifting away from prohibiting products and services to regulating innovative products and services that will help drive the progress and the growth that we expect in the financial system. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Kilo de, why you know they call me Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, oh. I dey give you signal, why you know they see me, I give you green light to tie.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please give her another round of applause one more time. Thank you very much, ma'am, for taking us through that journey and, of course, what the CBN is doing when it comes to regulatory frameworks and giving us the blueprint of what's next and what the call to action is for each and every one of us here. Now, it must come for us to ask our questions, really. What are the things that you agree with? What are the things that you do not agree with? What do you need clarification on? Do you need to ask questions about the role that you play in this regulatory framework we're talking about? Now is the time for us to ask our questions. So please let's raise our hands and ask. One, I'm sure I knew that there will be questions. This day is not even possible there won't be questions. I just knew it. 1, 2, 3. Any more? Now is the opportunity to, she's here to answer every of our questions. I'm giving us an opportunity to ask now. Just 3 hands raised. Going. Going. Gone. Okay, please help me pass the microphone to him. Please, your name, what you do, and of course, your question.
Hello, sorry. My name is Shola. I work with Sterling Bank. My question, I think it's also related to what she presented first on the financial inclusion. We know the segment of the market that has been responsible for most of the gains that the CBN has made over, let's say, the last decade, has been those in other financial institutions, non-bank license, you know, in total. Okay, so CBN, I think maybe like 2 years or 3 years ago, they came up with this policy or regulation that blocks them from being able to use whatever FCY funding they get, from using it, you know, as collateral for Naira loan, so to say. Okay, so, and we know that in this market, we don't have a lot of hedging product that allows them to be able to hedge the risk. Even when they're available, they're usually too expensive. So I just want to ask, it may be a feedback back to the office when you get there, but I don't know if you guys are doing something like that, because they're assuming a credit risk in trying to lend in NGN, but you are also asking them to add market risk to it by either buying Euro bonds that they may need to exit at some point, you know, and there they are facing market risk, price risk, or you're asking them to sell those FCY and they are also exposed to exchange rate risk. So that's my story. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ma, for such a wonderful presentation. My name is Ifoma, and I work with Taysom Bank. So in your presentation, you mentioned that the CBN is here to support to be innovative, and I wanted to just ask if there were specific examples, if there were specific ways that we would be expecting the central bank to support us as market players. Thank you.
Thank you. You asked for if there were specific areas which the CBN is willing to support. So I made mention of our regulations generally. And I'll start with the last one. Let's say BOFIA 2020. Before now, the issue of fintechs, the issue of the various payment system licenses you had in place were not there. So what you had was just the traditional banks. But now you have the payment system bank, you have the switching companies, you have the money market operators. People are playing in different spaces now in the financial system. That is one of it. I also mentioned the regulatory sandbox. So you have, inventors who have various ideas on how to address issues in the financial system. The CBN is saying we don't know it all, But these are issues in the financial system: cyber security, consumer protection, financial inclusion. They come on board. There's a call that is open. They come on board with that idea. The CBN supports them to use data in a regulated environment. That is another way we try to support. Again, we're talking about more collaboration at the CBN. So when we push our policies, we are more willing to engage more than ever before. And that will just help me to address the first question that came on board as regards the kind of credits we give out and the various collateral that we agreed. So when policies come out, they are meant to address issues on ground. I'm sure at the point that policy came out, it was meant to address a particular issue. Now, if there are feedbacks from the operators, and I'll tell you one of the things that FMDA does is that they collaborate with CBN in a number of the policies we roll out. If there are feedback from the operators as regards why some regulations or circulars must be reviewed, the CBN is more than ever before willing to engage and explain the reason why. Don't forget that as we, unlike the operators, they'll probably be looking at the profit motive only. The CBN has financial system stability as its primary duty. So we're not just interested in your bank growing, the ecosystem must grow along. So what we are saying now is if there are issues with regulations, issues with circular, more than ever before, the CBN is willing to engage on that policy and explain to you the reasons why they have them in place. I hope I've been able to address your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am, for addressing our questions. And we're very sure that every conversation right here will get to the appropriate authorities and there will be implementations, because that's why we're having this annual Final Markets Conference. It's not just for us to gather, but I mentioned it earlier that this is an avenue for us to have conversations and see that these conversations go where it's needed to be. And we see that there's implementation and much more. Things get better even after this conference. One more time, please generously celebrate her with a round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe that you have been having an amazing time since we started. It's been a plethora of conversations here, a cocktail of back-to-back ideas, giving us what we need to do, the blueprint, action points. If the theme that we are considering this year is to be a reality and not just words strung together, and that's a call for each and every one of us to actively participate again, even as we gradually round off and get to the end of the conference here today. Our next conversation or next paper is on the future of Nigeria's financial markets, balancing innovation, regulation, and global confidence. Right? The theme is what we are not looking at, future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. So let's look at the future. Let's look at what lies ahead. Let's look at how we can prepare boldly, how we can innovate wisely and build confidence deliberately and also globally. That's it. How do we bring in new technology without losing control? How do we attract global investors? How can we build a system that Nigerians can trust and be proud to call theirs? This conversation will help us understand the road ahead. And bringing us this paper is the chairman of the ACI Financial Markets. It brings a global perspective and understands how countries build strong, competitive financial systems. I'll read his citation at this juncture and bring him up on stage. Roy Daniels, Chairman, ACI Financial Markets Association and Chair for Africa, ACI FME. He is a seasoned global markets executive with over 40 years of distinguished experience in banking and foreign exchange across the African continent and beyond. He began his career with Standard Bank, where he rose to become head of foreign exchange for Africa, building one of the most respected FX franchises on the continent. Now later, as head of Africa trading at Rand Merchant Bank RMB, he played a pivotal role in expanding the bank's market leading presence in currencies, fixed income, and derivatives across multiple African jurisdictions. Widely regarded as one of the continent's foremost authorities on African financial markets, Roy has been a strong advocate for best practice, ethics, and professional development in the industry. In recognition of his contribution, he was elected chair of the ACI Financial Markets and serves as chair for Africa, representing the interest of market practitioners and promoting the highest standards in global financial markets. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, bringing us this all-important topic, it is my honor to make welcome a legend, a veteran, a very respected financial market advisor. Please celebrate Chairman, ACI Financial Markets Association, Chair for Africa, Mr. Roy Daniels. You're welcome.
Thank you, Gloria. You speak so well. I wish I'd just given you my presentation. You could have done it for me. Esteemed guests, esteemed leadership of FMDA and FMDA members, ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor to be brought, to be invited here to come and address you. Led mostly by Nadia, who I've worked with closely for many, many years, and dragging me from my retirement place down in Cape Town to come and address you today. So when we look at the topic, I think future-proofing Nigeria's financial markets, balancing innovation, regulation, and global confidence, it's very apt that it's now taking place at a time where, you know, you cannot go anywhere, have a dinner, go out for a meal with friends, and someone doesn't talk to you about AI and about innovation within the markets. So over the next 30 minutes, we'll draw a little bit on the experiences of ACI FMA, 70 years of being around, established. I did have some slides, but I don't think they're going to come up. But let's go a little bit through the history then of ACI. As I said, established in 1955, 9 countries involved, and those countries got together in Paris to form the first association of foreign exchange dealers only. And I'm mindful not to use the words of collaboration with fear of being interviewed by compliance later, but they got together and they established networks of communication between the different markets. In 1975, we launched our first global code of conduct, and I've heard lots of references today on ethics, on the code of conduct, market behavior. So we launched the first one in 1975. Now today, with possibly 70 national associations worldwide, we bring this partnership to Nigeria to work closely with the FMDA, and again, it's a huge welcome for us to be working with them and have them back in our fold so we can work together as we look at regulation, as we look at codes of conduct moving forward. For Nigeria, ACI isn't just a history that you can then look back on. We're going to work with you to create what I think is a new blueprint for the markets going forward. The central bank talks about supporting you, about supporting innovation, supporting new ideas, coming to them, you know, and the one thing that many people will know from my view from ACI for the local association has always been about the close relationship between the body that represents the financial market participants working with the central bank to improve conditions for everybody. So I think the words you've heard today were very welcome, and I think it bodes well for the future for the FMDA. So the key thing being that together with the CBN, you build the stronger foundations, you weather any future storms. We've been through many, I mean, the days with working with at RMB, many times of financial volatility and panic almost when it came to many of the markets in Africa, not just Nigeria. So with that combination of the two, we can certainly do work together, not least of all through training. So one of our key things, I know that I'm sure that if I mention the ACI dealing certificate, which has become, some of our slides came up. So when I mention the ACI dealing certificate, I know many of you, the lights are quite bright, but So, Gloria, if you don't mind, because they're not asking questions, I'll ask them questions. So, who's written the ACI dealing certificate? I know Nadia certainly has, because we wouldn't have employed her if she hadn't. Okay, so only Nadia has written it. So the ACI dealing certificate is a fantastic exam that's globally recognized. You can use, if you arrived in London and you said, I've got the ACI dealing certificate, they would recognize it. If you went to Australia, if you went to anywhere in Europe and you said you have it, it's a great exam to write. So go and look it up on our ACI website through the FMDA. I'm sure there's lots of you must have had training. There's so much training. I'll tell you one thing. Nigeria, now here's a fact. I sit in a room, only one person has said yes. Two, three, okay, the numbers are going up now. Is that because the central bank is watching you? So the numbers are ever increasing. Okay, that's fantastic. Nigeria, Africa is the #1 writer of the ACI dealing certificate, taken across the 9 countries that we're in, and beyond the 9 associations. Nigeria is #1. So when we look at the start of it, I mean, this is where, on the 29th of June, this is where they started and met, these guys. And I mean, they would have had no idea where we are now, but they were the founders and the starters of what we were trying to do in building a financial markets community. Right. So what do we offer you as ACI? I'm going to go briefly around the ACI membership. You can look at the many points here. The key thing for me is to look at how we actually, the webinars that are available. I'm sure that some of you might have been on these webinars before. Again, we will correspond with the FMDA when these webinars become available. And certainly the credit trainers, participation in the council meetings. Now, the good news is that we have these global meetings, world congresses that are happening. They happen once a year. For the second time in its history, it's going to be hosted in Africa. Ghana, your close neighbor, is hosting this event in May next year, and it's going to be a fantastic opportunity, I think, for us as a region to get together and show support for the financial markets through Africa by attending this Congress. It's certainly going to be an honor for me as the first African chair for ACI FMA to be opening this Congress. We're so looking forward to this event, so we're trusting on your support there. We have, within ACI, we have these many working groups that are out there doing so much work for us, and the Board of Education very much involved there. We've got some really good trainers down in South Africa that are working closely with them on the diploma as we re-look at the diploma. It runs in old diploma, new diploma, but a fantastic exam that's one step up from the dealing certificate. The Foreign Exchange Committee doing a lot of work at the moment. They had a lot of work through, some of you might know Richard Duris from Standard Bank, a huge amount of work when we looked at last look and the last look regulations requirement. We're currently working closely with our compliance people and settlement people in and around Europe. We're looking now at pre-hedging. What is pre-hedging? Is it pre-funding? How much is allowed? How much is not allowed? Is it considered front-running? Where do we put this in the scope of being able to do pre-hedging? And the most exciting one, I think, is the T+1 spot market that's going to be coming out next year, and the moving with the securities exchanges to move securities to T+1 as well. But a particular interest for me was our forming of the Women in Global Markets Committee. We formed this through the course of the last 18 months, well represented across the continent. I think we have 7 countries in there. We're very excited now that hopefully somebody from Nigeria is going to join this committee as well. What we want from this committee is when we look at women in global markets, and I've got to tell you the work done in Nigeria has been fantastic when I look across the room, the senior women involved within global markets. But it's not a retrospective look of things that didn't work in the past. This is very much a forward-looking committee that we want to forge the pathway for new, younger female talent coming through the market. We don't want appointment of people for the sake of appointment. We want people appointed and prepare them for their appointments. So often we push people into positions, they fail, and then someone goes, you see, they shouldn't have got the job. We want to help them be mentally, want to help them being skilled, prepared to take on this role and really display the full talents that they have for us. So that's a very important group for us. And coming up, I think, is a very important one also in the Young Leaders Committee going forward. This is where we're going to look at how we can assist younger people within the markets, how we build a global mentorship program that will allow us to then work with young talent and move people forward. So that's a quick brief on ACI. What's happening here? Okay, got a mind of its own. Technology, where do we look at technology within the world? I mean, the one thing we must be aware of, that technology is certainly, it's not linear, it's exponential at the growth at which it's happening. We look at from the 1970s when we had telex machines, and yes, I used it, because you heard about my 40 years of experience. It's reshaped itself over the decades. In 2025, we're seeing the quantum safe encryptions, green fintech for sustainability, tokenized assets coming through. It's a fantastic change. The world is moving so fast when we look at these various types. The World Economic Forum highlights how Gen AI and digital assets are accelerating this. Post-COVID, the regulatory overhauls met blockchain rise, cutting cross-border costs by 70%. That's how much this has moved forward for us. ACR role we play in this. We're going to provide toolkits for ethical tech adoption. We're going to work with the local authorities, with the local financial market bodies to ensure that we actually move forward and we actually support the progress of this. There's no holding this back. It's here, it's not going to change, it's going to move on forever. And then if you look at something out of a recent FinTech magazine the question it asked was, think of your last trade and how has tech sped it up for you. That's how quickly things move. When we think about how we did trading in the past as to how we can do it now, it's absolutely fantastic. So we move on to my favorite topic, AI. I think it's just a AI, here we go. So I put up this little picture on the side to remind us of a movie that came out, would you believe, in 2004 with Will Smith called I, Robot. And here we are in 2025 and this now looks so real. So the World Bank data for 2025 states that fintech year-on-year growth in Nigeria is 20%. AI, not science fiction, it's here transforming finance. The Central Bank of Nigeria's 2025 report shows AI enhancing accessibility. The ROEs, the pros of where we're going, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. And we can do nothing nowadays without relying on AI. It'll do everything for you. How are we going to move forward with AI within the different markets? I mean, the pros are the efficiency. AI automates compliance, predicts market swings. Do you know that the AI can predict market swing accuracy by 85%? 85%. We'd be silly not to be using these tools that are out there. The cons, yeah, there are cons to the progress of AI. I mean, we can't control everything. I mean, people have a huge fear for what AI can do for us. But I think the research shows us certainly stability. The algos out there. The FMD policy must lead this, I think. I think you've got a big role to play at the FMDA. The CBN's AI sandbox is a start, but we need ethical guidelines when we look at AI to make sure that we don't allow it to overrun our markets. A recent tech company released data, and this was an interesting point that happened recently. They released the annual financial report. The AI was able to read the 78-page document quicker than a human could read the first page. When the initial document was released, the share price jumped. AI read the document, started selling. They wiped out 520 billion of the company's stock value, detecting 610 million worth of fraudulent reporting within the financial report. Not going to mention any names, but they're not the only one out there. So AI has an ability to actually read stuff so much quicker than we are able to do it. You do it used for everything. When we look at AI-ready cities around the world, it's absolutely fantastic to see how these big global cities are moving forward with AI. Who would you think is the most AI-ready city out there, using AI the most out there? Certainly not one in Africa, unfortunately. Singapore. Singapore is #1 in the world. Asia's overall spend within AI, within cities, is absolutely huge. And what are they using it for? They're using it for the traffic, they're using it for the power, they're using it to understand the better movements of people, and people can use these to their absolute benefit and reduce the cost of actually operating within a country. AI, there's a bit of a fear, but it's certainly leads to transformation. It certainly leads to adaptability. It certainly leads us into a new space as to what we can do with it. Use it. It's a fantastic tool that works well for us. Cryptocurrencies, another fear or another positive. Crypto remittances in Nigeria, upward of $500 million in 2025 from a Cornell study. Crypto in Nigeria grassroots but growing exponentially. Post the 2021 CBN ban lift, adoption surged, and Chain Analysis now ranks Nigeria as #2 in the world for use of cryptocurrency. The fears, certainly volatility, fuels laundering. The fear of that, what we can do with cryptocurrency and that it's fraudulent, has been a huge fear for many, many people. And I suppose I, for one, was a fear of it. I, for one, didn't believe in the cryptocurrency. I've certainly been proved absolutely wrong in this point. Cryptocurrencies are now becoming traceable. There's a lot more transparency in the market. Another word we've heard a lot today, transparency within the markets, understanding what's going on, not afraid to divulge where monies are moving, but it certainly reduces volatility within markets. And again, I think it's for me, if it's regulated properly, it certainly can be a fantastic use. I think from an ACI FMA point of view, we believe it builds resilience. We view it as very necessary for the market going forward, and we're certainly supportive of it. The question for me always around cryptocurrencies, it's always like this sort of dark acts out there. We're never sure of it. Now, should we at some point have crypto trading currency desks within a dealing room? Should it move from the dark place into the brighter space, and instead of having a euro dollar currency trader, should we have a cryptocurrency trader in a dealing room? As ACR, we firmly believe that. We firmly want to support it. We believe that if we move cryptocurrencies trading into a dealing room, it will then improve the levels of compliance and transparency around what's going on with these currencies. Right now, it's out there, and we know it's happening, and people are using it to pay for various things. It moves around. People are buying houses, whatever they want to do with it. But if we move that into the trading room, then the compliance kicks in as to where we're trading with it. It gives us visibility of who's buying it, transparency of where these currencies are moving, and it'll definitely remove the stigma around cryptocurrency being some sort of money laundering tool that people have been using around the world. It's got a past that we need to get rid of. It's here to stay. It's not going away. It's how we regulate it better going forward. And I think that's going to be absolutely huge a success if we move this into trading rooms. At ACI, we believe we should. We're working closely with a lot of bodies to try and move it in there. We think you should have trading desks within there. Gives the central bank visibility as to what's going on versus this dark forces that are operating behind closed doors that we don't see all the time. So I think it's good. I think it removes one of the things that came up today mentioned was cashless societies. You remove cash, I think you remove opportunities of money laundering, of corruption. It goes away. If you've got traceable stable coins or traceable cryptocurrencies, I don't think you can totally get away with cash. Cash is always still going to be there. In South Africa now, when you walk up to these, we got lots of car guards there. Everywhere you go, there's a car guard. Every parking lot you pull in, there's a car guard. 2, 3, 5, 10 of them. And they always want you, you've got to tip them for looking after your car. Then you go to the guy and you say, well, sorry, I don't have cash on me. So he brings out his speed point. And he says, you can pay me via my speed point. So he's got a PayPal thing or whatever these things are called, and you can pay him on the system. That's how it's worked. The car guard. You're going to give him 10 Rand for looking after your car, and he's willing to take it by his card machine. That's where we're heading. I think it's great. Stable coins, now the stable coins, stabilizing the future, again, another big thing that the FX committee is working on. Stable coins are working very well on the US side because they're dollar-based. Europe is a bit slower to take it up. There's a stable coin Rand product they're talking about, and there's certainly a working group between the Ministry of Finance and the CBN, I believe, in Nigeria. They've set up a working group to look at the future of a Nigerian Naira-based stable coin, so that's also something to look forward to in the future. Again, it reduces volatility within currency if we get these policies right. I think as ACI FMA, we're fully supportive of stablecoin to boost market confidence. I think if we reduce some of the volatility from currencies and the markets, we can certainly boost confidence. Again, mentioned today, confidence within a financial system leading to foreign direct investment. All these things add up together. How do we make things more stable? I think the stable coin certainly does help us. There are concerns. I mean, they can be hacked. They can be. You've got to have proper policies in place to protect it. You can't really see on the chart, but at the bottom, but on the top of the chart is the Bitcoin volatility. And then the bottom chart shows us the tech analysis on some of the stable coins. So really, I think a fantastic process, and certainly something, again, another new development that's not going to go away. But I think the CBN to be congratulated that they've opened their arms to this, and they're not shutting these things down. I think and I don't mean this personally anyway at all, but my recollection of earlier days, much earlier days, long time ago, there was a pushback against new product. There's a pushback against new development. I think that the CBN, listening today, and what I've read, their changes in policy to accept that these changes are coming, holding themselves to, I think, a more global standard as to what's happening, shows that there's certainly innovation within the market, growth within the market, and certainly opportunity within the market. So where do we as ACI, I mean, our big thing has always been the global code. The global code, a policy for confidence. We've been very active in the writing of these and the changes within the FX global code to adopt what we now call the ACI FMA handbook, which is basically a replication of this, but it adds in some things around commodities as well. Certainly policies without teeth will always fail. So if you're going to have a policy out there, I'm not saying as ACI, we're not enforcers, we're not regulators. The FX Global Code is out there really as a best markets practice guideline. What we did at RMB, when I was still working for them, we attached the code to every trader's dealing mandate. So if they breach the code, they breach their mandate. It's been adopted all over, and it's recognized again by many central banks as a policy that's a best markets practice guide. And if you want to fall foul of the central bank, fall foul of this thing. This was co-developed in 2017, the global code, setting 55 principles across ethics, governance, and execution for FX markets. It's voluntary, but powerful, common guidelines, reducing conflicts, and the big point you've heard so often today, boosting transparency. I think this is the key thing, is the transparency within the markets. For Nigeria, amid Naira pressures, it aligns the FMDA's trades with global standards, curbing manipulation, building investor trust. Key thing, again, we get back to investor trust, and ACI certificate test mastery. Over 5,000 certified globally, including the Nigerian market that's been involved in this market. Adopt enhances the ANC, the enhances CBN's compliances, attracts FDI, and it's a free resource, certainly to your path to confidence and to future-proof your FX markets. In conclusion, esteemed colleagues, I think future-proofing Nigeria's financial markets, it's not a choice, it's an imperative. If you want to take the market forward, it demands that we balance innovation, and we balance innovation with regulation. Deliver global confidence that attracts capital, protects citizens, and empowers growth. I think the key point here, protect the citizens, empower your growth. ACI has walked this path with markets worldwide since 1955. Today, as ACI, we stand ready via various platforms. We've got a platform called My ACI FMA. We'll discuss that with the FMDA in a separate call, and an unwavering partnership from ACI with the FMDA to walk this path with Nigeria. Then let's leave here, I think, committed. Audit your AI risks, pilot ethical stablecoin use cases, certify your teams in the FX Global Code, make sure everybody's written you can write the code exam on its own, go and write these exams, and then register for my ACI FMA. I think together we can certainly achieve what we want to achieve when we want to future-proof the market. And I think by the time we leave here, we must understand that everybody within this room, everybody within the financial markets of Nigeria, you have an opportunity to define the future path. And I think if you don't take this opportunity, you don't build for people that follow you. I've always believed in one phrase in my life, and that's when you plant a tree, plant trees that grow taller than yourself. So when you retire like me, you walk in the shade. Thank you.
When you grow taller like you walk in the shade. Thank you so very much, Roy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate. Please hold on. We may have questions, yes. Do we have any questions? Anyone at all? Questions on ACI, questions on the partnership with FMDA. One. Any more? Two. Please, if you're raising your hand, make it high. Questions on AI? Okay. We'll have two questions now. Can I have an usher, please?
So while we wait for the mic here, the questions, let me also tell you that the writing of the ACI dealing certificate, that as members of ACI globally, you are entitled to that discount that comes through there as well. So I think it's €35 per exam. That's there as well. We certainly, as ACI, want to work with partners globally. When I look at the continent of Africa where we stand, if you could imagine this diamond formation of business through Africa, when we look at it and we say that, we've got Egypt at the top, we've got South Africa down at the bottom. Certainly for me, from the West Coast side, Nigeria is the big player in the big market. And on the East Coast side, we've got Kenya. So between those four centers, I mean, that's the diamond shape in Africa. That's the diamond shape of opportunity. That's the diamond shape of growth. And it lies in our own hands. I've worked over my time at ACI. When I first joined there, Africa was not considered to be a part. In fact, we were part of Africa and Middle East. And I always prided myself in saying that Africa doesn't want to be part of somebody else. We don't want to be some bit player somewhere else. So we led this big move. We got ourselves a breakaway. We formed our own Africa region for ACI. And I urge everybody that's part of ACI National Associations. We've got 9 countries and 1,000 members now. We're working with between 5 and 6 more countries to be members. We want that number to grow. We certainly want to see more people from the continent on these different working groups and having a say. On that digital assets working group, there's one bank in that working group. How can it be possible there's one bank? Digital assets is the biggest growing business that we know, but we've got one bank there. That should be run by banks. On that committee consists people with their own private interests in digital assets. They're going to tell us how to run digital assets. We own the market. But more people from the continent on these working groups have a say in how financial markets is run globally. Don't see yourself as just Nigeria, or just part of Africa, or just part of West Africa. See yourself as a global partner within these financial markets. You want to have a voice? We're giving you a platform. Please, please take us up in it. Hold us accountable on the management group of ACI to make your voices heard on these various platforms. I certainly want it. Now my time's running out. Question, sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Roy, for that presentation. It was very insightful. So my question, I would have asked it when CBN speaking also, but I'm glad you mentioned it as regards cash and the fact that cash could, the withdrawal of cash can help in money laundering and other things. So how can us in Nigeria, the CBN and other financial stakeholders in the financial market, how can we move it? Because Nigeria is a cash-based economy. We thrive very well on cash. So how can we move from the cash-based system to ensure that innovation, AI, help us in ensuring that our digital banking is very well and up and speeding, and move away from that cash, move away from the cash policies, move away from the fact that our economy is more cash-driven. How can we, what policies, what decisions, what innovations can happen for us to move away from that? Because it's very important, like you said, helps to reduce money laundering, even the fact of terrorism financing, it can also reduce that. Thank you.
So, was there another question? Can I answer that one so long? So certainly for me, I would put that very same question to to Grok or one of the AI bots out there and ask that same question. And that AI engine will probably give you a far better answer than I could. That's how good AI is. But how do you move away from it? These have to be policies that have come through from your Ministry of Finance. It has to come from them as to what's the path forward. I can't sit here and say, this is how you should do it. I know that we need to move in that direction. I certainly agree that we've got to get there. And yes, the funding of terrorism, you know, we've left out trafficking, you know, people trafficking, you know, and children trafficking. We've left all that stuff out, but how do you remove cash from it? You make policies within a country that say you may not go and buy a new car with a suitcase full of cash. In South Africa, in our own country, guys are getting paid out in cash. Corruption in South Africa is rife. It's terrible. Guys are buying Lamborghinis and Ferraris with suitcases of cash. How can a merchant accept cash? You have to introduce policies that make it illegal to deal in cash. But it's never going to go. But cash, not all cash of a certain size, of a certain quantity. You know, you can't go and stop the guy that you're going to give, you know, $5 to for washing your car or whatever. He doesn't have. It gets back to the need for the total banking of all the unbanked, about the technology that's required for everybody to have access to technology, to be able to pay things. How is someone living in a rural village in South Africa going to walk down to the local shop to buy his things without cash? So it can't disappear entirely, but you can have steps in place to remove the quantum of cash that people are allowed to carry. So if someone's walking around with $50,000 in notes in a suitcase and he gets stopped, he should go and ask the questions as to where that money came from. What's he doing with all this cash in his pocket? I'm not sure he's going to do much good with it. But the legality is required around it. I can't answer that for you. but I'm a big, strong supporter of reducing cash. I think totally cashless is going to be a tough ask to achieve, but we can do it. We can do it via crypto. We can do it via these. As long as crypto becomes traceable, as long as it becomes transparent, you can follow it. Cash, you can't follow. Sorry, I know I can't give you the total answers to what's required for it, but the movement on the policy has to come from central bank, Ministry of Finance, government, as to how we move forward with it. And this has to become international, not just here. Because the US dollar is the note that everybody's walking around and bribing people with. And, you know, we've had so many cases in South Africa. We're struggling. South Africa's economy survives despite the best efforts of the corrupt to try and destroy it. But, yeah, unless there's a change in thinking. And again, it's about what are we going to do to leave behind something for people? Whether it's this, whether it's the ecosystem, whether it's plants, animals, everything. We need to focus on everything as to what we leave behind.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Roy, for the presentation.
Benedict.
Yes, sir. Question. I saw where you put the move to T+1.
Yes.
Is it going to happen in phases? 1, 2. What's the idea behind it?
So you can't phase something like that in over a staggered amount of time. It has to be researched and well prepared. The talk is only for 2027. And the negotiations and discussions around how we move that way. Don't forget, we used to have T+5. We've moved from T+5 to T+3 to T+2. We've done it effectively. But why should there be T+2? What's the, you know, if you want to reduce your weight of credit risk on your balance sheet, move it to T+1. Because your risk weighting sits for 2 days. Why shouldn't it be T+1? Why shouldn't it be immediate? Why can't you deal foreign exchange and as soon as you enter the trade, everything trades? Will we be at T0 at some point? Quite possibly in the future. But to move to T+1, you know, we had these, you know, equities in South Africa used to settle T+14. That was because you had the old system where, you know, you wrote out your script and your script got delivered by a motorbike and that motorbike took it to the next guy and that took 14 days for everything to settle. Everything's electronic now. You can do everything at the push of a button. You know, you can order your foreign exchange, you can pay your bills, you can pay your house bills. You don't have to write a check. You don't send a check. You don't pay for your groceries via a check. You know, you go home with the groceries, the check goes through the next day. That doesn't happen anymore. That happens instantaneous. So T+1 makes absolute sense. Can we get bonds to move to T+1? That's another challenge. Equities can move to T+1. They're all electronic. Foreign exchange can easily be T+1. Why shouldn't it be? It takes out the trading Tom Next every day. Why are we trading Tom Next? What is it for? It's just funding, that's all. But it reduces the weighting of your credit risk on your balance sheet. And maybe that opens up more limits, maybe it opens up more opportunities to trade, but it's certainly coming. Bonds, I don't know, equities, yes. Yeah.
Can I go on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Roy, for the presentation. And I just wanted to get more insights from you regarding the whole cryptocurrency and digital assets that you were speaking about.
Sorry, I can hear you. The
cryptocurrency and digital assets on the topic, because I could see that it's a topic that you're somewhat passionate about. You spoke about plans of sort of institutionalizing crypto trading and even bringing them into the dealing room. So it got me thinking about how ready you think the market is or the world is for such moves. Because, I mean, cryptocurrency is an exciting field. It seems to be sitting on the cutting edge of financial innovation. And some of these issues that we've been discussing here, sort of like cash, using technology to improve settlements, some of those things could actually be solved using blockchain technology or cryptocurrency. So I would now like to find out if you're already at the point of advocating or trying to promote crypto trading within financial institutions and formalizing it within financial markets, which to a large extent will also remove all the stigma and promote the usage of cryptocurrency. Do you think that we are regulatorily in terms of governance, what more work do you think needs to be done? Because in the cryptocurrency space, there are a lot of things there. So you have some coins, you have some meme coins, you have some things that don't have any real value, but they are in that space, they are in that market. Yeah. So first of all, I have two questions. So the first question will be, because you mentioned something about a digital asset working group. What sort of work has already been done in terms of improving the governance in this space so that we can start incorporating it? And to what extent do you think the space is also ready for institutionalizing it and making it more formal? Thank you.
Okay, so firstly, as to what work's being done with the digital asset group. So the first engagement is always with central banks. And you know, if we go to European Central Bank and engage with them as to the readiness of compliance from their point of view and their required compliant behavior, they would then forward on to banks as to how they trade, how they manage and how they trade the cryptocurrency within their own trading limits. Remembering, of course, that these things are so off balance sheet, how do we bring them back onto balance sheet to measure risk? So the first engagement is with the central banks to bring it in. We can't just go and say, as a bank, you know, I mean, RMB can't just pop up tomorrow and say, go to the central bank and say, by the way, let you know, we've got a cryptocurrency trading desk. The central bank won't have policies and systems in place to measure the risk of what you're doing with these currencies. It has to start there. Discussion with the central banks, with the regulators, with your compliance, as what's required to get these desks in. You know, when we did away with the various European currencies many years ago, most of you probably weren't trading back then in the 90s, and you said, right, there's no more Deutsche Mark, now we're going to trade the euro. We had to be ready for it. I know it was FX to FX, but you had to get ready to trade the euro. And the same will apply to the cryptocurrencies. As to which cryptocurrencies, now if we get all the policies in place and we have all the compliance in place, central banks are there. Look, it's not going to be without some failure somewhere. It's not going to be a smooth and everything's going to run 100%. There will be some concerns along the way. We'll smooth through those. But the cryptocurrency that says that they don't want to be part of this is the one you should avoid. So that answers the first or second part of the question. You said, how ready are the banks? I think every bank is looking at it. I think every market is looking at it. So Bitcoin is now quite traceable. Bitcoin was quite was out there, you didn't know where it was, you had it. Some of these cryptocurrencies are now traceable and they're transparent. So it's changing already. Do we want to be the last bank doing it? Or do you want to be the first bank doing it? That's probably the big question. I think I know that from our bank point of view, RMB, we want to be the first player. We want to be the opening batsman. We want to come in last. But then the market's taken up. We want to be the first mover on it, should it happen. But where will it be led from? I think it'll be led out of Europe, not out of Africa. And we'll see the policies. The central banks will engage with their counterparts overseas. We'll understand what's required. We'll firstly understand what systems are required to manage it. But I think it's a positive move if we go that route. Put your hand up, say you want to be a cryptocurrency trader. You're going to be the most popular trader in Nigeria. Are there any more questions? I think Benedict wants to know what's for lunch. I'm not sure.
Thank you very much, Roy. Please, let's give him a resounding applause as he makes his way back to his seat. Thank you so very much, Roy, for that truly rich presentation. Thank you very much for, again, letting us understand that AI isn't sci-fi. It's here transforming markets. And of course, AI can predict market swings accuracy up to 85%. And so this is a call for everyone here to adopt AI in all that we do when it comes to the future of Nigeria's financial markets, balancing innovation, regulation, and global confidence. Nigeria is a big player in the global fields. We must see ourselves as that. We're not small at all. We are a huge part of the global influence, and so we must see ourselves as that. Our voice must be heard, and it starts and it begins now. Thank you very much, Chairman, ACI Financial Markets Association, Mr. Roy Daniels, for bringing us this presentation at this time. I'll take a census. How has it been so far? Has it been amazing? Okay. I hope you're not feeling too tired. Not at all. Well, we are gradually drawing closer to the end of the conference. We have one more session, and then lunch will be served. So our final session today is on risk management and cybersecurity in financial markets. That's the final session that we're looking at today. And I think it was the CBN, yes, Ms. Montura, that was mentioning that technology has made life easier, definitely, but there are risks also attached to it. It has created new dangers. Everyday banks face cyber attacks, fraud attempts, security breaches, system risks. And if these threats are not managed well, they can disrupt services and shake people's confidence in the financial systems. And so this next session, which is the final session for the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference, is going to look at how we can protect our banks, our data, our money from risks, and how we can secure our cyberspace. Joining us virtually is Dr. Blaise Ijebo, and he will be speaking on this all-important topic. Well, Ready's citation is ready to join us. Unavoidably, he couldn't be here. He tried all he could to be here physically, but he couldn't join us, but he'll be delivering his presentation virtually. I'll read the citation at this time. Dr. Blaise Ijebo is the Director, Risk Management Department at the Central Bank of Nigeria, where he coordinates the bank's efforts directed at identifying, evaluating, and mitigating risks, including information security and cyber threats associated with the bank's operations and the various activities if it undertakes in pursuit of its mandate. A skilled and experienced risk manager, Blaise is a highly sought-after speaker on everything risk management. He comes to this role with over 25 years of experience working within the financial sector. Before joining the CBN in 2011, Blaise was based in the UK, where he worked at several big brands such as Citibank, Barclays, and BNP Paribas, and held very senior level positions including Europe, Middle East, and Africa Head of Risks and Controls for Citibank Operations and Technology, and Global Risk Chief Risk Officer for Barclays Wealth Advisory. Since joining the CBN in 2011, Blaise has held several senior roles, including Head, IT, Cybersecurity, and Payment Systems Risk Division in 2013 to 2018, Chair AML CFT National Risk Assessment Secretariat from 2013 to 2015, PSV 2020 Chair, Risk Management and Cybersecurity Specialist, Interest Working Group from 2015 to 2020, Member, Payment Systems Infrastructure Consultative Council, Head Methodology Team on Risk-Based Supervision from 2018 to 2021, as well as Bank Examiner to several banks. Blaise holds a Doctor of Pharmacy degree from the University of Benin and an MBA from the prestigious Cranfield Business School in the United Kingdom. He is a fellow of the Association of Enterprise Risk Management Professionals, an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Management and Accountants, a certified ITIL and Prince 2 practitioner. an information security-led implementer and auditor, a cybersecurity strategy expert, and a thoroughbred risk manager. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, speaking to us once again on risk management and cybersecurity in financial markets. Joining us virtually is the Director, Risk Management at the CBN. Please celebrate Dr. Blaise Ijebo joining us virtually. Please put your hands together for him. Doctor, please confirm you can hear us.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, can you hear me? Okay. Is that a problem on my side?
Sound. Dr. Blaise, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Fantastic. If I don't get any feedback, I don't know you can hear me. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I feel that is a bribe that you are giving me because you put me at great risk, putting me between just before lunch and after such an eloquent speaker from South Africa. So right now, I really don't know what to say. I'm tempted to just say, God bless you, enjoy your lunch. That's the best risk advice I can give you. But I have a presentation prepared, so let me go through it. And but I'll try to go fast so that I don't get tomatoes or egg thrown at me, even virtually. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You've got my slides up. Essentially, I'm going to be talking to you about risk management in financial markets and generally the challenges we are facing. I'm going to approach it, if we go to the, I'm going to approach it from the perspective of digital transformation we are seeing in finance, how that is evolving into cybersecurity challenges and strategic imperatives that are arising as a result. We're going to look at a bit about interconnectedness of banks and the stability challenges that ensue from that. And then we'll talk a bit about integrating security into strategy. Next slide. So, next slide. So, the landscape in finance is evolving, and it's evolving in response to leaps in technology, geographical shifts, and this has created what we all recognize as the VUCA environment, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and whatever. I'll remember the A in a minute. Environment, which is redefining the boundaries of risk and cyber threats within our environment. And if we go to the next slide, in 2025, the technological pillars are essentially AI, which everybody is talking about, the agentic workflows, and we're all, embracing with trepidation and with a joy for some people. We're also seeing things around tokenization and distributed ledger technology, growth of real-world assets. We've talked about just now about cyber cryptocurrencies and stable coins. Cloud modernization is another big one. We are moving away from legacy mainframes to resilient, scalable cloud platforms that support open banking and instant payments. Next slide. So what we are seeing is, with all of these changes that are coming down, we are seeing risk management in the financial markets begin to change. Okay, we still have the same 4 or so buckets that we've always had, but the content within those markets are beginning to change. When we talk about market risk, we're still talking about interest risk and currency fluctuations, but anomalies are beginning to be amplified, and we'll talk about that in a bit, because of algorithmic trading, and which is causing flash crashes. We have credit and counterparty risk, we have liquidity risk, operational and cybersecurity risk. those are not the main issue. The main issue is in the next slide. The digitalization of finance has compressed the timeline of crisis. So we are seeing risks that once used to take days or months of
Okay. So we have
digital bank. Can you digital bank? Can you digital bank? Can you digital bank? There seems to be an echo. Is that from my side? Can somebody please respond so that I know if all is well?
All is well, sir.
Oh, okay. All is well, sir. So, digital banks run, we're seeing instant withdrawal capabilities means liquidity can evaporate in seconds. So people can sit in their bedroom and move their money without having to go anywhere. There's no limit, no restriction to how quickly they can move their money. We're also seeing 24/7 markets, which is continuous trading cycles, little time for human intervention when there is a problem. Next slide. We're also seeing systemic risk management challenges arising from geopolitical fragmentation, trade wars, sanctions, regional conflicts. They are disrupting global capital flows and increasing compliance complexities. Because as you put sanctions, somebody has to make sure that they don't get caught by those sanctions or begin to do trade with people who are sanctioned, like Russian oligarchs, like Russian companies, oil companies, and so on and so forth. And also, drug cartels and associations that are being labeled as terrorist organizations. We're also in the growth of model risk. I mean, we've had model risk around, but that is being amplified by AI hallucinations. Reliance on black box and AI models introduce risk of bias, incorrect outputs, and lack of explainability in critical decisions. So you see something, AI makes a decision, it learns something, maybe because of bias, it makes a decision, and that decision is not rational. You just can't understand why did it make the decision, and sometimes how to reverse it and make it not to make that same decision next time. It can be a problem. Regulatory divergence is also occurring, where we are seeing inconsistent rules across jurisdiction regarding crypto. Some jurisdictions are embracing crypto, others are not. You're seeing AI and ESG create costly and complex compliance landscape. And we've seen, in particular in America, where there's been reversal of DI, and that's been bringing conflict with regulation across different jurisdictions. Escalating cyber tactics. So what we are seeing is that we are seeing new threat vectors in the cyber space. AI-powered phishing is becoming a thing. Ransomware 2.0. So we are moving from shift from encryption to double extortion. So where they threaten to leak your sensitive client data, as well as stopping you from using your system because they've encrypted your data. Supply chain injections, where people are compromising smaller vendors. A big event that happened this week where a law firm was compromised, and from that law firm they were able to get into the bigger organization and compromise their data. Next slide. Next slide shows up, two quick cases. This one is a 25 million deep fake. The incident was about a firm in Hong Kong. They lost about 200 million Hong Kong dollars, which is about $25 million, after an employee was duped by a deepfake video conference. The attackers used deepfake technology to recreate the CFO and other colleagues in a live video call and gave instruction to the colleague and to the employee, and the employee made the transfer. And this transfer led to that 200 million Hong Kong dollar loss. And those are the kind of things we are going to be seeing going forward. Are going to complicate our risk landscape and cybersecurity landscape. And two other examples are on the next slide: the ransom XC Edge case and the CrowdStrike outage, where you saw a single outage in one organization affecting multiple organizations. And that's where a lot of us need to be worried. If we rely on different organizations for our services or a part of our supply chain, an attack on them could have an indirect impact on us. The ransom EX1 affected over 300 small banks, and the CrowdStrike one affected a lot of organizations in the financial services sector. Next slide. The cost of cyber attacks is also growing. In 2021, the total cost was over 5.5 trillion. That was big enough. But today, the estimate is that we're going to get to a point of about 10.5 trillion at the end of this year. That's a lot of money. Many countries don't have 1/3 of that as their GDP. So that's a major cost to the world and to the financial system. So the VUCA environment that we find ourselves, the challenges that we're finding, and the evolving threat landscape require a robust response. And this next slide. This response is what we in risk management is terming resilience. In a hyper-connected, next slide. In a hyper-connected market, resilience is not just an IT metrics, it is the currency of trust. And that's a quote from Financial Risk Outlook. Essentially, what that is saying is that we must build resilience, not just in our IT tools, but doing 2P+1, but resilience in our whole operation in response to the environment that we find ourselves, to make sure that people can trust us as a trusted partner, customers can trust us as trusted service provider, and those people who invest through us can trust us as trusted enablers or intermediaries. How do you build resilience? You build resilience through building a robust defense mechanism. Next slide. And in doing that, there are 4 pillars that I find that are critical to building a robust defense mechanism. The first one is advanced defense architecture. The old simple analog defense architecture doesn't work anymore. We have to have layered defenses, multi-factor defenses, and different types of defense mechanism or strategy that creates an architecture that makes it very difficult and very expensive for the guy who wants to break into your system. We also have to have real-time monitoring, because when things are going to happen, they will happen very fast, and we need to be able to respond very fast. One of my pet sayings is that almost every organization is going to get hacked at some point. The question is not if, it's just when. And you need to be prepared. And the only way to be prepared is to constantly monitor so that you can quickly detect cyber anomalies and threats and respond to them. You need to harden your infrastructure. So you need to constantly, do your patching. You need to segment your infrastructure so that, when people get into your infrastructure, they can get to one section, they cannot easily cross to another. You need to make sure that you do constant penetration testing to reduce vulnerability and ensure the effectiveness of your defense system. The last point is you have to have a good and very robust incident response and risk management program. So your incident response playbook should be very clear. You should be able to have backups. You should be able to have, recall. You should have to have ways to forensically examine what has happened so that you can know the extent of the damage and you can take precaution to make sure that it doesn't continue. Because sometimes they do one attack, they pull back, and you think they are gone, but they continue to hit you continuously. Third-party risk management, it needs to be rigorous at this time. I just mentioned the issues about, supply chain targeting of small parties within the supply chain and using that to enter into or create problems for the whole supply chain. The other thing that we need to do to harden our system is to make sure we are meeting global standards and also local regulation. Our compliance framework should not just be about ticking boxes. Have we done this? Have we done that? No, it should be a well-thought-out strategy to not only meet local regulation, but to meet global standards, to ensure that because today it's a global village, whatever happens in America, ultimately it's going to get here. It's just a question of time and a question of the economics. If it still costs so much, they will go to where it's most lucrative. Once it becomes lucrative to attack an organization in Nigeria, they will come here. So when you are doing your compliance framework, make sure that you are not only meeting local regulations, you're also keeping up to global standards in what you are doing. You need to ensure that your regulatory priorities are intentionally pursued. So key priorities include mandatory incident reporting, cyber resilience testing, vendor management, and robust business continuity planning. These will help you block known loopholes that threat vectors use to attack organizations. Data protection laws, we need to work to make sure we keep we are compliant to them, both locally and internationally. Market integrity and resilience continues to be a major way that we use to build trust in the market against trust in the market for ourselves and for our business. Advancing proactive and trusted financial system. In building resilience, we need to also have proactive risk management. That means we need to be thinking ahead. We need to constantly be understanding what is going on, what is hitting others. And I just came off from a presentation earlier, and please, next slide. And I made this point, and I think it's a very important point. If you protect one other business within the ecosystem from getting brought down or getting hit by cyber attackers, what you have done is protect yourself in the future. Because through that protection, you learn something, and they have learned something, and when they find out something next time, they're going to come out and help you. We all need to work together because the threat vectors, they are all working together. They are developing loose network organizations with which they attack our financial system. And we must almost also work together to protect the financial system from attack. Cybersecurity as a strategic enabler, we must make sure that we understand cybersecurity is a strategic enabler. It is not just a cost center. We must spend as we need to. One of the big problems that we have is that if the cyber criminals are spending more than you, are investing more than you in their attack plan, you are going to lose the war if you are not spending. So you need to make sure you are spending enough and realize that that expense is not for nothing. If you look at the cost, the alternate cost of being attacked, it outweighs your whatever you spend in protecting yourself. You need to focus on resilience in digital economy and trust and sustainable growth. Next slide. Because of time, I'm going to rush through. So enterprise with integration of strategy is very important. There needs to be board-level cybersecurity governance, which will push cybersecurity and support cybersecurity to make sure that you are properly protected and you are properly enabled to. Your ERM has to be holistic. It shouldn't just be about IT. It shouldn't just be about training people. It should be about IT. It should be about training your people. It should be about empowering your people. It should be about providing adequate controls and processes. It should also be about making sure that you're constantly learning and constantly improving yourself and you're getting information from outside. Your 3 lines of defense model is still very important. There should be good segregation of duty. One of the big problems we have seen in financial markets and financial organizations in recent times is insider threats. And most of the time, the reason why that is happening is really there isn't enough segregation of duties. We have situations where developers are also working in production areas, and they end up, creating backdoors so that they can create accounts and move money around. All of that should not be. We should have clear delineation of controls, clear delineation of function. We should also have a strong risk culture. And that strong risk culture should be built on zero tolerance for fraud, zero tolerance for mistakes, built upon people knowing what they should do and having responsibility to do what they need to do at the right time. Next slide. So in 2025 and going into 2024, the strategic responses that I expect financial organizations to be looking at is zero trust 2.0, move beyond network parameters, verify every user, device, and application flow continuously, assume breach. Don't assume that you are safe. Assume breach and make take any steps once you see any anomaly to assume that you've been breached and correct and investigate and correct. Operational resilience, focus on recovery, not just prevention. How do I recover? What should I do? Have that and know it and have a playbook for it. Have good AI governance. AI is coming to stay. We are all going to have to embrace it one way or the other. The important thing is to have good governance to make sure that it doesn't take us by surprise, that we can accrue the benefits and protect ourselves from the risks that come with AI. So there are opportunities and challenges. AI, I've talked about, there's benefit, there's risk. We must, try to enhance the benefits, using it for fraud detection, predictive analytics, and all of that, but also protect ourselves from the challenges that come with AI-developed cyber attack. Blockchain strengths and threats. We use blockchain technology, but sometimes it can be immutable, sometimes it can be difficult to analyze. The last speaker talked about the fact that Bitcoin is now very transparent. Yes, but there are still challenges around that. Cloud computing has its own challenges. It offers scalability, but requires strong shared responsibility and continuous monitoring. Quantum computing impact, we're going to see the power of computing grow very rapidly in the next few years. Beautiful opportunities for us to make our systems, please next slide, for us to make our systems more efficient, but also that means people can also attack us with a lot more quantum power. For us to be safe, next slide, for us to be safe, collaboration is the key. We must have a collaborative ecosystem approach, sector-wide collaboration to prevent the sector to defend the sector and keep us safe. Critical infrastructure protection. We need to protect our critical infrastructure, like our clearinghouse, our payment system, and our trading platform to ensure that there's financial stability. We need to have a coordinated incident report. When there's an incident, don't hide it, because it might affect you, but that might not be the end. There might be other people who are going to be affected, and it's important to let them know, let everybody know, so that everybody will protect themselves. Similarly, when other people find out something, they will let you know, and so that you can protect yourself. We also have to do some cross-border benchmarking and collaboration to make sure that we are all safe globally. Thank you very much. On that note, I would say any questions?
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Blaze. When a cybersecurity expert speaks, it tells for itself, really. Profound words, they're truly insightful. We appreciate you, sir, for that presentation. We'll take questions now for Dr. Blaze. One. Any more, please? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blaze. My name is Uzo Anakebe. I work with Access Bank PLC. So I'm happy that this presentation was done by somebody from the central bank, because usually we'll get IT experts to talk to us about cybersecurity, but having the regulator talk to us about cybersecurity, because it's important, because it's from their point of view that banks and other financial institutions are able to take directives on how best to curb cybersecurity. But there is a point that is pertinent to me, and I believe that a lot of people in this room must have experienced it. And interestingly, because most of us work in the financial space, what usually happens is that one of us at one time or the other must have been called by a family member or an extended family to tell them that, oh, they lost money, or they transferred money to somebody that is the wrong account, or things like that. And a lot of times, these issues never get solved. So most times you have to go all the way to get court orders and a lot of processes. And are there ways we could do these things better? Are there ways we could track this better? Because we are talking about AI, we are talking about digital footprints, we are talking about a lot of things that technology has done to streamline process and be able to identify transactions. But usually when these transactions involve 2, 3 or more financial institutions, it's always very difficult to recover these funds, and people keep losing money every day. Recently, I was reading about a data how much money was lost in the financial system. I think it's in about 4 billion naira based on the last data that I saw online. So I just want to know, apart from telling us financial institutions what we need to do to prevent this, are there concrete steps that the central bank is taking to ensure that people don't lose money? Because if I erroneously transfer money to a fraudster or just erroneously transfer money to a wrong account and I'm able to recover it, it gives confidence in the financial market, it gives confidence in the financial system, and also it helps while we talk about financial inclusion, like the earlier speaker from CBN mentioned, it helps financial inclusion. When my grandmother knows that she will lose money, she will download the mobile app. A lot of people in these rural areas that we want to bring in through financial inclusion don't want to use this technology because of the issues and fraud associated with it. So in summary, my question would be, are there concrete steps that the central bank as a regulator is making to ensure that people don't lose their money? Not just about what steps the banks need to put in place, but are there things that have been put in place that when people lose money, they're able to recover these monies? And not just about, logging complaint with CBN and then but are there things, maybe technology-wise, or how banks can collaborate to trace how the money has moved and be able to resolve this? Thank you very much.
Is there any other question, or I should answer that one? That sounds like a 5-in-1 question. Ideally, I would have created a separate symposium to answer that one. Is there any other question?
Not at all, sir. That's the only question.
Good question, but I suspect that you must be from either the corporate bank or operation. The question you asked me, I try to keep this light because I thought I was dealing with financial market dealers and not bank operators. But so let me answer your question. Yes, there's a lot we are doing. So first of all, you must recognize that since the new management came into the central bank, we've taken an approach of we want to do everything we do credibly and want to make sure that whatever we are doing is data-driven and it is done properly and transparently. We've been working very intensely with a lot of people, especially as a subcommittee of the Bankers Committee, to look at the whole payments infrastructure around fraud. Because I agree with you, one of the biggest reasons people stay out of the electronic banking is because of their fear for fraud. In fact, I have a professor friend of mine who has never used his debit card, who has never used an ATM. And no matter what I've done to convince him, he just wouldn't do it. So yes, that's one of the reasons. And that's why we are working very hard. One of the things that we find is that when fraud happens, the challenge is who is responsible, right? And who's responsible for repaying? Is it the guy's bank who the money was taken from? Is it the bank? And all of that, it's usually a challenge. So what we are working to do is to come up with we have a framework. We want to come up with a very clear framework on who is responsible and what each party should do once a fraud is determined. And once the fraud is determined, each party's responsibility will be triggered. We are also working on updating the BVN framework to make sure that there is clarity as to who owns what account, and if you get proceeds of fraud, how do we hold you responsible, or who should be held responsible, and how do we determine that? All of that is being worked out. And I'm sure when we do finish all the review that is going on, we will have a system that is very clean and very clear. And the fraudsters will have almost nowhere to hide, because we are going to make it difficult for them to take the money out of the system the way they've been doing before, so that we can recover money that gotten through fraud and return them to their rightful owner. So we are working on that, on concrete steps, and you'll be seeing those steps manifest in the near future. Unfortunately, I can't go into any specifics because obviously I don't want to be. I'm not empowered to announce that. I don't want to be announcing policy here today. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Blaze, we have one more question for you, sir, just before we let you go. Oh, okay, it's a comment. Oh, okay, amazing. All right.
Thank you very much, Dr. Blaze. Just a comment or an addition to what you have said in order to provide clarity to the question. Okay, I think to take the question again is trying to find out what should be done if a sender erroneously sent to a wrong account or erroneously sent to a fraudster. So 2 questions in one, and very tricky. You cannot erroneously send to a fraudster. If you send using your financial details, the liability shift is very clear. The system will take it as good intention to send, either to fraudster or to any wrong account. But what we do is to encourage financial sectors to drive recovery. Even when you take it to the law enforcement agents, as long as it is you that trigger the transaction with your correct, accurate financial details, the transaction is seen as genuine and final. So what can be done in that stand is to drive recovery. And in order to drive recovery, so this one you determine, is it a fraudulent intention? For erroneous account, it's very clear. The receiving bank cannot debit the recipient, but the law says get the recipient to prove that the money doesn't belong to it. Because it could also be a genuine money, but business gone bad. So in law and practice of banking, nobody has the power to get into another person's account without a mandate. So what the bank will do is to get the recipient to prove if that transaction is genuine. If it's not genuine, then the regulation says the bank should put a PND, and the sender must actually get a court order to help them pull out that money. I think what we're not doing correctly, we have all the regulations in place, we're not properly punishing the bad actors. Maybe sympathy, maybe for we don't want to lose business. Sincerely, there is no need to trade blames. I think all the stakeholders must come together. Regulation is in place to punish bad actor. And for me, what we should do that I think is not in the regulation is I think at some point we need to take out some people out of banking. It's allowed. It's a business decision. I can decide I don't want to operate your account. And if we come together to do that, because it is now more than ever, like the director's strategy said, I mean, you may not go to the bank, but every day you do banking because you must purchase, you must pay bills, you must do. So if you take out some people, I think it will send a signal to others that this is not tolerable. World over, you have fraud every day. Then another thing we also need to do is also to transfer risk. I think we need to begin to work with insurance companies on how to limit the loss from fraud. Because of course, fraudsters follow the money, and even if you move to technology, fraud will move that way. But what we need to do is how to better manage it, how to better remediate the loss. I think with that, we can work together with all stakeholders and ensure that we reduce losses. Thank you.
Please celebrate Mrs. Aisha. Thank you so much, ma'am, thank you for those action points and those comments.
Good.
Doctor is still on. Okay.
No, I said, luckily you have somebody in the room who had the question better, and she's the expert in that area. So she gave you the perfect answer. I answered what I thought I had, which I thought was focused on fraud that were going through the banks and how we deal with those. But go ahead. Thank you very much, Aisha.
We thank you so very much, Dr. Blaze. Everyone, can we please give him a round of applause? He can see you, he can feel the love all the way in the United Kingdom. We thank you very much, sir, for spending your time with us and, of course, for delivering this powerful presentation. We really wish you could be here with us, but it's still good, all good. Thank you so much again, Dr. Blaze. Thank you. Again, pillars for building robust defense mechanism. Advanced defense architectures, real-time monitoring and analytics, infrastructure, need to harden our infrastructure, and then we need to have a robust incident response and risk management, meet global standards and local regulations. We are very sure that every call to action and every comment, every advice will not just go unattended to. That's the essence of this conference, that every policy we formulate here, we start working on it immediately. The different sectors that need to act on it, we start acting on it immediately to see that Nigeria's financial system is future-proofed as it should be and as when due. We thank you once again, Dr. Blaze, for those words and for that presentation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, just before I dismiss every one of us for lunch, we need to take a group picture, and I would like to invite the president of FMDA to please join me on stage, Mrs. Anwuli Femi Pierce, with all our distinguished speakers and, of course, our guests that have joined us today. Please, let's come on stage, everyone, for us to take a quick photo. DJ, give me light music. Let's warm up the room a little bit. We've been sat for too long. Where would you prefer press and media? In front here. Okay, you want the design to show. The stage is very strong enough. Please come on stage. Okay, all right. Also, members of the Governing Council, please join us for this good photo. It's for press and media. We thank you very much to all of our participating institutions. We thank you for joining us this year at the 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference. We thank you for lending your voice, spending your time, and of course being a part of what is going to transform Nigeria's financial system. We couldn't have done this without you, and we say a very big thank you for being a part of this conference this year. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Press and media, when you have it, please give me a thumbs up. All right, we'll have only speakers with the president. The speakers only with the president. All our speakers only with our president. Only the speakers with the president will take a photo now. Thank you. Our speakers and our president alone, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you for being a part of this nationwide convening. We appreciate you. And to give us the vote of thanks, I would like to invite the Vice President of the Financial Market Dealers Association, Benedict Ekata, to give us the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him. Please make it louder, everyone. We are at the end already, so let's finish with the same energy we started with. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to say, I think this position they've put me is kind of risky because I'm in between you and lunch. But anyway, please lend me your ears for 2-3 minutes, please. Again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this insightful conference, I want to thank the speakers again. Please, round of applause for the speakers. Both live and online, for the insights they've given us to each topic they spoke about. Our theme today, Future-Proofing Nigerians' Policy, Technology, and Market Confidence, is more than a slogan. It's a call to action. And today we've had honest conversations on how to approach the future going forward. There's some sense of urgency because the market and the world will wait for no one. This is our market, and it is the responsibility is upon us to take it to where we want it to be. Some key themes we had today that we need to get into the future are clarity in policy from the regulator, the courage in approaching technology to solve most or any of the problems we see, and the commitment to trust. Trust, as we say, is our currency as dealers. The insights shared today should not leave this room, or should not end here. We should approach the reforms, especially the ones the current central bank administration is pursuing, support them, and look at them as partners. We always, when we go to CBN to address any issues, say, please look at us as partners and not the villain, because most times that's how they view players. We are out there for our personal gains, but it's much more than that. At the end of the day, it's a system for all of us. You win, we win, everybody wins. Again, to the potential of Nigeria, I think once we get it right, and it's a journey, and as we go addressing all these issues for the financial system, we'll be top ranked going forward. Now, to the organizers and partners and everyone working behind the scenes, I want to say a big thank you for what has been done so far. And we also look forward to making it a better conference next time. The journey to a future-proof financial ecosystem has started, and it starts now. I'm confident that with the caliber of leaders, treasurers, traders, regulators in the room, Nigeria's future is not only secure, but full of possibilities. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Benedict Ekata, the Vice President of FMDA. We thank you for thanking us, really. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, will dismiss us for lunch in a little bit, but we have one more quick activity to do, and it's not physical, it's online. Can we bring out our phones, everybody? Indulge me. I know we've been here since morning, you're tired, you want to eat, or you want to go back to your offices, whichever it is, just indulge me. 30 seconds and I'll be out of your faces. Can we bring out our phones, everybody? I'm waiting. Turn on your selfie mode the way I've done. Thank you very much. Now we're going to have this selfie video. When I say 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference 2025, I want you to respond in that video, future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. It's simple. Future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. And we'll do it together. So you can make this video with the person who is sat next to you. Okay? Let's make this fun, everyone. Let's make this fun. Again, when I say 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference 2025, you respond loud and clear and with so much excitement. Future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. Are we ready, everyone? Oh, I don't like your energy. Are we ready, everyone? Thank you. Now, 1, 2, 3, go. 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference. Now, we did not do that very well. I want us to do it well and louder this time around. So we'll do it one more time. Thank you. 9th Annual Financial Markets Conference. Future-proofing Nigeria's financial system. Make some noise. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the end of the 9th Annual Financial Conference. Market Conference. It is truly, truly delightful to have every one of you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating boldly. Thank you for being a part of the conversations. You left your offices. You could be anywhere else in the world, but you chose to be here, and we are truly grateful. We've talked about trust. We've talked about innovation. We've talked about technology. And we are saying, after leaving here, ensure that we start implementing all that we have had a conversation about. A stronger financial system is possible. We can future-proof Nigeria's financial system, and it begins now. It begins with you. It begins with me. On behalf of the Financial Markets Dealers Association, the Governing Council, board members, and every single individual and participant, I say thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am Gloria Babaride, and it has been absolutely delightful serving as your master of ceremonies. I'll see you again at the 10th edition of the Financial Markets Conference 2026. Keep excelling. Have a Merry Christmas and a wonderful 2026 in advance. Thank you for coming again. So lunch is served, everyone. We'll have our speakers go first, and then we'll take turns like that. Let's be orderly. Our ushers will guide us. Please follow us across our social media pages, please. FMDA_Nigeria, Financial Market Dealers Association on LinkedIn. When you post that video we made, please tag us on Instagram and on Facebook and on Twitter at FMDA_Nigeria and on LinkedIn at Financial Market Dealers Association. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Please, lunch is served. Lunch is served already. and there's a wide array for you. Please feast, enjoy yourselves. We've fed our minds, let's feed our bellies before we go to our various destinations. Lunch is served again, everyone. Please help yourself to lunch. Lunch is served, and our chefs and servers are waiting for you behind. Please eat as much as you can. Bills on FMDA. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your lunch.
Got you effortlessly. That's the way it was. Happened so naturally. Didn't I know it was love? The next thing I thought was you.
I've been informed that there are 2 serving points. So it's not just by my right. There's another one on the left here. So we can break the queue into 2 and then also get food on the left here. Not just on the right. There's another one at this end here. Please help yourselves. Thank you.
wanna be rich, then you better make sure that you got your shit. Oh, come on. Hit it. Run it. Run it. Press it. Here's what's happening. Hot off the press. For everybody here, we're gonna do our best to make you holler, make you scream. I heard it on the news, it's an incredible scene. I just got the word. Our jamming is connecting everybody I heard to make you party, make you sweat. You're even gonna feel it through your TV set. I said the headlines. Headlines. Have you heard it? Headlines. Headlines. Hit it. Special reward. It's rocking in the funny paper jamming the sports. It makes your body so wet. A devastating news that you never forget. I just got the news. Got it printed in the paper, everything that you do. You wanna party, rock and roll. That's a hot news tip for your radio. It's the headlines. Tell me, have you heard it? Headlines. Read all about it, baby. Headlines. 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 Hit it. Here's the dirt. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Extra, extra. Read all about it. We got the beat and we gonna shout it. We got the beat and we gonna shout it. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Extra, extra. Read all about it. We got the beat and we gonna shout it. We got the beat and we gonna shout it. It got down to the power. It was rock and roll. Said you gotta do something, said or nothing at all. Because there's people you desire, people you admire. You wanna go places where you get too tired. We want the truth about what's been going on. So we chitter, chatter, gossip on our telephones. When our time is running out, we ain't got forever. Everybody wants a piece of lifelong pleasure. Headlines. Read all about it. Headlines. Headlines. It's in the street. Headlines. 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 Come join the people. Let's all have some fun. Universal party. Come on, everyone.
Let us have some fun.
Come join the people.
All right.
Let's all have some fun. Universal party. Come on, everyone.
Come on, have some fun. Come on, people. There's no time to fight. Oh, it's time to come out
got the solving, baby. I just can't get enough loving you. No matter how much loving you give to me, baby. I just can't get enough loving you. About the other night, so good. What I did wasn't right. I apologize, though I'm not sorry a bit. For keeping you up all night. I must confess, it felt so good. I couldn't control myself. 'Cause girl, you turned me on. And I'm sure that by now you can feel my need getting strong. 'Cause I got a problem that still needs solving. Baby, girl, I can't get enough loving you. No matter how much loving you give to me, baby, I just can't get loving you. Listen, one time just ain't enough, precious. I need a lifetime of your stuff. And I realize you got responsibilities and that you can't spend all your time with me. But when you leave for work at 8 a.m., oh girl, you set my plans for making love again. Oh, come on, baby. Couldn't you just leave around 10? 'Cause I've got a problem. Still need solving. Oh, sugar, I just can't get loving you. I'm talking about 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. Yeah, baby. Get loving you. Just like chocolate melts all over ice cream. I wanna pour myself all over you. I know it sounds crazy, sounds like it tastes good too. I really gotta have you, 'cause what my body feels I can't take away. And you're so exciting that you take my breath away. So get ready and let me love you. I've got the answer right inside me. Love is a gamble. I wanna take it through. I wanna win, girl. So let me know what's on your mind. I'm curious about your loving. I'm curious. I wanna know what's on your mind. I'm curious about your loving. I'm curious. I wanna know what's on your mind. Ooh, yeah. We should get it together. 'Cause right now, love is feeling strong. And I'm anticipating. I wanna hold you on. Lovely lady, hear my intentions. I'd like to have you right here beside me. Love is a gamble. I wanna take it through. I wanna win, girl. So let me know what's on your mind. come to celebrate, to share our love in a special way. I'll touch yours, you'll touch mine. Two hearts together, and let's not waste time, baby. The radio plays our favorite song. Passion takes over as we sing along. Don't hold back, give yourself to me, and we'll spend the night in pure ecstasy. It's gonna be a long, long, hot summer night when we're making love under the moonlight, under the moon, baby. It's you and me, baby. I'll treat you good, baby, the way you want me to. Ooh. Hot summer night under the moonlight. Hot summer night. Take it off. Take it off.
Just like he's staring at the clock on the wall. Other guys, they call me, I don't hear them at all. Only think of you, baby, I'm living in yours. Just bugging, I can't take it anymore. I get all choked up, I'm losing ground, and it gets so hot when you're around. Anybody ask me how you make me feel, I just have to tell them it's too good to be real. Oh, Candy can't sleep at night. All I wanna do is love you right. I'm crazy for you. I'm so crazy, yeah. I'm not sharing you with no one else. I'm gonna keep you to myself. I'm crazy for you. I'm so crazy, yeah. It's sweet and sad to see. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You show me the gates of heaven, then you just take me to hell. Cold and deep with you, baby. Oh, you're so fine. If this is crazy, then I guess I'm losing my mind. I get all choked up, I'm losing ground, and it gets so hot when you're around. Anybody ask me how you make me feel, I just have to tell them it's too good to be real. Candy can't sleep at night. All I wanna do is love you right. I'm crazy for you. I'm so crazy. teach you, teach you. I'll teach you the electric slide. Some say it's a mystic. It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. You can't resist it. It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. You can't do without it. It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. Thinking of Miss Somebody, she's a chicken of feeling jolly. She's a moving along with electric. She's so got the boogie. Don't wanna lose it. It's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. But you can't use it. It's electric.
alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Macarena tiene un novio que se llama y apellido Vitorino. En la jura de bandera del muchacho se la dio con dos amigos. Macarena tiene un novio que se llama y apellido Vitorino. Y en la jura de bandera del muchacho se la dio con dos amigos. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Macarena, 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 que te gusta los veranos de Marbella. Macarena, 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 que te gusta la movida guerrillera. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo es para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, que tu cuerpo para dar la alegría y cosa buena. Dale a tu cuerpo alegría Macarena, Macarena. Macarena es una mujer moderna, así como a lo moderno más moderno. Me gustaría ir a Nueva York y a la novia nuevo. Macarena es una mujer continua, así como a lo moderno más moderno.
Jungle life, I'm far away from nowhere. On my own, like Tarzan boy. Hide and seek, I play alone where I shoot across the forest, monkey business on a sunny afternoon. Jungle life, I'm living in the open. Native beat that carries on. Burning bright, I fight a blood to signal to the sky. I see the wonder, there's a message get to you.